He reaches, oh, that ball's out, that's live! Back the other way, Sam Hubbard! The Cincinnati Kid! Hubbard's got a convoy! Chased by Andrews! At the 30, the 20, he will score!
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected, and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Over goes back to throw, men are coming late, look right down the middle, there's Eddie Brown, he has it at the 35 to the 30, he may go, 10-5, touchdown!
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up. It is good!
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards. And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Johnson's coming. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go! Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found! Case for the touchdown! Wow, Chase is on the case!
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam! How about that? Welcome in Sunday, November 23rd. Bengals, Patriots on deck. Welcome in. I'm Craig Sandlin, joined by Andrew Collinsworth, here to take you up until game time. And then, as always, I will take you through the play-by-play and live reaction of this one. And then Andrew will join me for halftime before I am joined post-game by Austin Layton for a special Chatterbox Bengals post-game show. Andrew, happy Thanksgiving week. How are we feeling, brother?
How are we feeling about today? It's not great, but how are we feeling overall, man? I'm happy to be at Thanksgiving time. You know, it's one of my favorite holidays, so I'm happy about that. But you know, Bengals sitting at 3-7, got a big challenge ahead of them today, and I'd be lying if I said I was confident.
Yeah, I put out a little video yesterday that shared my feelings on how this week will go, but we'll get to that in just a minute. Before we do, I want to take a second and look back at last week's game against the Pittsburgh Steelers and that loss that the Bengals suffered at the hands of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh drove down the field on the first drive of the game with little resistance from the Bengals D. Steelers running backs account for 55 yards on the drive, including the final 11 on the Kenneth Gainwell screen pass, scoring untouched 7-0 Steelers. Bengals answered with a T. Higgins 28-yard touchdown. After a Steelers penalty on the extra point, Bengals go for 2, can't convert, score stood 7-6. Then a exchange of punts amongst the teams, 6 straight possessions end in punts. And then Bengals are called for 37 yards of penalties on the last drive of the first half, allowing the Steelers to drive down the field and get a field goal before the half. Steelers led 10-6 at that point. Bengals get 2 good runs from Chase Brown to get into field goal range, and Evan McPherson connected on a 43-yard field goal attempt to make it 10-9 on the first drive of the second half. Mason Rudolph replaced an injured Aaron Rodgers to start the second half. On his first drive, he throws for 53 yards and gets the Steelers into field goal range for a 13-9 Steelers lead. Flacco's hit as he throws, and Kyle Duggar picks him off and takes it to the house, 20-9 Pittsburgh. Jamar Chase and Jalen Ramsey get tangled up twice on the next drive. Ramsey throwing a punch the second time, resulting in his ejection. We'll later find out that Chase spit on Ramsey, which led to the little fight that they got into, whatever you want to call it. Jamar Chase suspended. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Bengals unable to capitalize, settling for a field goal, bring it within 8 at 20-12 with 9:41 remaining. But the Steelers, they burn 6 minutes from the clock en route to a Kenneth Gainwell touchdown on yet another screen pass to ice this one. Score stood at 27-12 with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Noah Fant fumbled on the first play of the next drive, recovered by Pierre, returned for a touchdown. 34-12, Steelers win that one. Joe Flacco in the game, 23 of 40. His, least impressive performance to date with the Bengals. 199 yards, 1 touchdown, that 1 interception we talked about. Chase Brown continues to look better on the ground. 18 carries, 99 yards. He also added 6 catches for 28 yards out of the backfield. T. Higgins, the 3 for 63 and a touchdown on 8 targets. Noah Fant, 5 for 36 and that fumble. Jamar Chase, only 3 catches for 30 yards in the game. Andrew, obviously at this point, Bengals are going to be without Joe Burrow. They're going to be without Jamar Chase in this one today against the New England Patriots. You mentioned it. They're 3-7 now. I said it yesterday, so I'm going to let you kind of lead off on this. But your reaction to the decision to let Joe Burrow sit one more week before bringing him back after logging complete practices on Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting choice. I do understand wanting him to be completely healthy before you play, and I'm totally behind that. But at the same time, you're now, to me, it just kind of seems like you're throwing in the towel on the season because you were bringing him back so early to try to, maybe pull off a miracle, which even the most optimistic fans probably don't believe could happen. But then at the same time, you're trying to make sure that he's healthy. You don't want him to play 2 games in, 4 days, 5 days, something like that. So it's a little it's puzzling, but also I think most fans kind of understand that, we want him to be healthy. That's the number one thing about this team is you want Joe Burrow to be healthy. You want him to be healthy going into next season as well. So, going into today, obviously, if he's out there, it improves your chances drastically. And it's no knock on Joe Flacco. He's coming in and done better than I thought he would do. We talked about last week. It wasn't his best performance, but I still think that he has the ability, to lead this offense to, putting up a crooked number as we saw early on in the season. So it's interesting, the decision. I'm trying not to look too much into it, but at this point in time, I think that making sure that Joe's healthy going into next season should be one of your top priorities, if not the top priority. I know a lot of fans have kind of already cashed in on this season. I think there's still a lot to evaluate about this team. You got to figure out what it's going to look like next season. So, it's a little interesting. I'm not sure what your thoughts were on it, Craig, but I just figured that they don't want him to risk any sort of re-injury, and they're just trying to play it cautious.
Well, the storyline that everyone's been saying is that, you've got 2 games in 5 days. And while ultimately maybe Joe Burrow is healthy, throwing him into that situation in his first action after being out for over 2 months may not be fair to him. But I'm still in the boat where at the end of the day, this is a team that's sitting at 3-7 and somehow is not mathematically eliminated from the playoffs thanks to a subpar AFC North this year. And so you're at a position where realistically, we talked about it on the show last week. We've talked about it a couple of times throughout the week. The Bengals, at minimum, need to go 6-1 the rest of the way in order to have hope of getting into the playoffs. Now, part of that is that they need to finish the year 5-1 in the division. They can't drop any more division games. They've got 2 more against Baltimore and 1 against Cleveland. Now, for me, the question is simply this. Who gives you a better chance to win a football game right now? Is it Joe Burrow and his injured toe, or is it Joe Flacco and his injured shoulder? Joe Flacco's been great. I have not doubting that at all, not downplaying his success. But when your franchise quarterback walks through those revolving doors and gets back to practice for the first time in nearly 2 months, there is an obvious, immediate surge that is sent through that team. And the excitement that team must feel knowing that their quarterback is that close to coming back. And then obviously they're not going to push him back that first week. We knew that. But then he comes out and on Wednesday and Thursday logs complete full participation practices. At that point, as a team, you must be getting excited. You have to be. You have to be looking at this as a situation where, look, our franchise quarterback, the guy that we're paying $50+ million a year to lead us to victory, is ready to come back and do that. And as a defense who struggled all year, you're probably energized a little bit. I realize that the defense has been atrocious, but there's something to be said for momentum and energy. And Joe Burrow had a chance to give you that. And from all accounts, Joe Burrow told Zach Taylor all week that he wanted that. And then Zach Taylor is going to turn around and make the decision on Friday, despite no setbacks that have been reported, that we're not going to start Joe Burrow. And not only is that deflating to us fans, but it has to be deflating to those players in that locker room as well. And quite frankly, to Joe Burrow. Imagine what Joe Burrow's response is at that point, when Zach Taylor says, look, I know you say you're healthy. I know you want to go, but we're going to go with Flacco one more week. We need you healthy for Baltimore. Yeah, I don't get it.
And I'm with you. Like, it's hard for me to really, put my foot down on a stance on this, but I'm wondering, here's a question for you. Does Jamar Chase's suspension have anything to do with him not playing this week? I know it seems so like a little far-fetched, but if they're leaning towards one way, could it have tipped them over the scale? Because now, this is without Jamar, and T. Higgins is great, but you got Christian Gonzalez who's probably going to shadow him the whole game. And then you're relying on Andre Yoshivas and Mitchell Tinsley. No Jermaine Burton again.
We'll talk about that.
I could talk about that for half an hour, but I don't want to waste anybody's time because that's exactly what that pick has been, just a waste of resource. But with no Jamar Chase, you're talking about, if T. Higgins goes over 50 yards today on Christian Gonzalez, that's a win. That's one of the best corners in the league. So you're going to be relying on Yoshivas and Tinsley all day, Gesicki, Fant. It's going to have to be the supporting cast. And I'm wondering if they didn't want to throw him into that as well. They don't want to make it harder than it has to be for him. You give him a few more days, obviously. It does, but I understand what you're saying. It kind of seems like they're throwing up the white flag on this one.
Well, I would push back on you and say, hey, you don't have your number one playmaker on offense. Maybe you should do everything you can to try and offset that.
Yeah.
Instead of throwing in the towel and saying, well, we don't have Jamar Chase for this one. We're just going to lose it anyway. So let's sit Joe Burrow and not give ourselves a chance.
That's fair.
I said it yesterday, and this is, maybe not, but I truly felt that Zach Taylor down the stretch here is coaching for his job. I truly believe that Zach Taylor is on the hot seat and is coaching for his job. Now, the last 3 games of the year are what they are. They are quote unquote cupcakes, right? So those can't be considered. The question is, how does you fare over the next 4 games when you play the Patriots, who are 9-2, play the Ravens, the Bills, and the Ravens again? That's going to be a season defining and potentially a job defining stretch of football games that Zach Taylor is going to have to try and win some of these football games in order to keep his job. And I know there's a lot of people out there that say, well, Mike Brown and Katie Blackburn aren't going to pay him not to work. He's got 1 year left on his contract. It's a lot different than firing him with, 3 years left or whatever it may be. He's got 1 year left on the contract, and he's yet again going to miss the playoffs. And for a team who had Super Bowl aspirations, I just don't think you can hide behind the Joe Burrow injury again. Right? Like 2 years ago, it was all right. Well, we didn't have Joe Burrow because of the wrist for this last half of the year. And then he comes back last year and he was brilliant in his comeback season. And Lou Anarumo was the scapegoat. This year, it's Zach Taylor. Like, it either works itself out and the Bengals find a way to win some games here, or Zach Taylor has to be gone. He cannot be your coach next year if the season continues the way it's currently going.
Well, you talk about a job-defining stretch, and the reason that I'm not so sure that it will is because I thought that the Jets' loss was a job-defining loss. I thought that the Bears' loss was a job-defining loss. I thought both of those would be enough to – you watch those games, and you cannot continue to lose games like that as an NFL head coach, and it's proven time and again that he will. So it's just it's hard for me to sit here and say that he's not going to be the coach next year, because I just don't know if they have the guts to move on from him. It's hard for me to really have confidence that he won't coach next year. And I really want the best for Zach Taylor, because he seems like a stand-up guy. But at some point in time, that's not going to, it doesn't get the job done. Being a nice guy doesn't win you football games. And I hope that they go 7-0 and make the playoffs. I really do. I want that so badly. But with him at the helm, I just don't see it being something that could happen.
Yeah. Look, it sounds terrible because we spend a lot of time on this channel talking about Zach Taylor not being your head coach anymore. And having worked in athletics, I understand how terrible that is. And I understand we're sitting on the sideline for a reason. He's a head coach for a reason, all those things. But the truth of the matter is that as a fan of this team for literally as long as I've been alive, having watched some of the terrible coaches that they have shuffled through this organization, having watched 16 years of Marvin Lewis, at some point, you look at Marvin Lewis, and if I can have a couple seconds to pull this back up, I'll make sure I'm telling you exactly the correct stats. But Marvin Lewis, as the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, came in, and in his first 2 years, he missed the playoffs, was 8-8 each of the first 2 years. And then he turned around in his third year. Sounds like a similar story. Goes 11-5, wins the AFC North, but loses in the first round of the playoffs. And then he goes 3 straight years of subpar football. 8-8, 7-9, 4-11 in 2008. And many people at that point were calling for his job. And rightfully so. But then he turns around, and again, in 2009, he goes 10-6, wins the AFC North, makes the playoffs. 2010, terrible season, 4-12. 2011, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Wins the AFC North twice, makes the playoff 5 straight years, 9-7, 10-6, 11-5, 10-5, 12-4. But then his last 3 years, 6-9, 7-9, 6-10. They let him stick around for 16 years, but he made the playoffs 7 times. Zach Taylor now about to be his 3rd straight year without making the playoffs. Under contract for 1 more year. I'm worried, and I understand the worry of fans that they're going to allow him to do exactly what Marvin did and stick around for longer than he should. But the Bengals were in such a different position then than they are today. And you look at this team now, and the offense that they have especially, there's zero reason for them to continue to have the struggles that they're having. Zero.
Yeah.
There really isn't. And you look back to what was before the Marvin Lewis era and how terrible that team was for so long. I mean, you go back before Marvin Lewis, and you had Dick LeBeau, who lasted 3 years, went 12-33. Bruce Coslett, 21-39. Dave Shula, 19-52. I mean, the Bengals were completely irrelevant for 10 years plus. They were in a different position. They're now in a position where they're expected to compete year in and year out. And Zach Taylor has failed to meet those expectations. And that is completely different than what Marvin Lewis did for his 16 years. He turned around an organization and a culture. And now Zach Taylor is on the verge of allowing this team to get back to the place where it was before Marvin Lewis. And I don't want to see that happen. And in order to avoid that happening, change has to happen, and it has to happen soon.
Yeah. And the thing that I think about too with Marv is that he got 2 shots at it, right? He got 2 eras of teams. We talk about the Marvin Lewis era, but he really had 2 different eras, right? The Carson Palmer and then Andy Dalton. That's the best way that you can characterize those two teams is by their quarterback, right? So it's two completely different rosters. I think that they don't have you just can't let Zach get that deep if it continues to go this poorly. Like, they're not going to give him a second roster, right? Like, they're not going to give him all the way through the Joe Burrow era if he's unable to continue to win. I mean, that's just not going to happen. And it's just like you said, Marvin Lewis had a long leash because he was able to turn it around, and the franchise was so bad for so long. Okay, and they were okay going 8-8 at the time because that just wasn't happening before that. Now we're at the point in time where you need to prioritize winning. Like, there's no more feeling good about things. And Zach Taylor, as good as he was for a couple of seasons there, I think the message is just getting tired.
See a message in chat that I just do not understand. So I'm going to ask it, and we're about 10 minutes from kickoff, and we haven't talked about anything today. And you know what? I don't care. The message in the chat is, quote, "I love this team and I always will. But if we fire Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin, then we ought to trade Joe and Jamar." I would argue you fire Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin because you're going to keep Joe and Jamar. If you're going to keep Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin, then you trade away Joe and Jamar because clearly you're wasting their careers. But you are literally firing Zach Taylor because you have Joe and Jamar. Yeah. And you have, as Joe Burrow has said, a Super Bowl window for the entirety of his career.
Yeah.
So, respectfully,
yeah, it's not like they didn't do some fantastic digging to go get Joe and Jamar. Like, we're talking about two blue chip guys. I mean, Joe was the number one pick. Whoever had that pick was going to take him, right? Like, it's not like they found some diamonds in the rough out there. And you go back and you think about Jamar's draft and how many people were like, oh, is it Sewell or is it Chase? Like, that was the big thing. It was it Sewell or Chase. Maybe some people were thinking Waddle as well. And you know what? Like, those guys are all great players. Sewell's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. I mean, he's a stud, but so is Chase. So you were choosing between three great players at that point in time, and Burrow falls into your lap because you were so bad. So I'm not going to give them any credit for finding Joe and Jamar. It's not like those were their guys. It was simply because they were the best players available at the time, and we just don't see them. We honestly don't see them do that enough, where they take the best player available. But when you have the number one pick and you have a quarterback like Joe coming out of that class, like, it's a can't miss prospect. Yeah, they don't deserve any credit for that.
And then the 2021 draft is, do you want this all pro or this all pro?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Anybody you look at that draft in that top 10, it's like, wow. I mean, every single player was a hit. There might be like one or two guys. I think Pitts is the one that comes to mind. And it's like, when the worst is an average tight end, which of course, like, we look back on that and it seems like a bust. But at the same time, it's like, okay, what do you expect? You took a tight end in the top 5.
Yeah. All right. Look, we're less than 10 minutes away from kickoff. So I want to make sure we talk a little bit about this one today. Bengals Patriots kicking off in just a few minutes. T. Higgins will be relied on heavily in this one. You mentioned the matchup with Christian Gonzalez, one of the better young corners in the league. Jamar Chase suspended. So I ask you this: who's stepping up to be wide receiver 1 today? Is it T. Higgins? Is it Mitchell Tinsley? Is it somebody else? Who are you watching for on the wide receiver room to help the Bengals get this victory today?
Well, T. Higgins is going to get most of the defensive attention, as he should. I mean, they should try their best to just take him away and make Tinsley and Yoshivas win their one-on-ones and make Gesicki win his one-on-one. But we've kind of talked about it a little bit in the past because we saw what Tinsley has done at times in preseason and early on. I'm excited to see what he does. That's one of the few things that I'm excited to watch today is Mitchell Tinsley. So I'm really hoping that he gets going. I saw down at the bottom, he's plus 600 anytime touchdown. I saw it at plus 550 earlier. So somewhere in that range. That seems like a good bet to me because I think he's going to get at least one red zone target, maybe one in the end zone. And if he comes down with it, you know what? How many times does that need to hit for it to be profitable? I mean, I'm going to be watching Mitchell Tinsley for most of the day and seeing if he can kind of break out. But yeah, it's going to be challenging for this Bengals offense to find that top receiver today. I lost you, Craig.
That's my fault. Yeah. Mike Gesicki comes back this week as well. Wanted to mention him real quick. Obviously, his role with the receiving room will be interesting to see this week as they deal with the Jamar Chase suspension. On the other side of the ball, the Bengals defense has been, for a lack of better term, atrocious. They go up against a Patriots offense who's been really good. Stefon Diggs having a resurgent year. He'll be over 700 yards receiving by the end of this week. They also have a dual running back threat now. Ramondre Stevenson back this week, and obviously Trevion Henderson has looked great in his absence. And then you add in, obviously, the deep threat of Kayshon Boutte, amongst others. How, if you're the defense, are you focusing on trying to stop this Patriots offense?
Well, I think the biggest thing today is going to be avoiding the home run play. We saw Henderson break off, I think, 2 50-plus yarders last week. He's kind of a home run hit, right? Like he's gonna be able to break one off, and it's going to be a win for the Bengals if they can avoid giving up anything over 15 yards or anything like that. And it all comes down to what the hot topic is every single week. It's going to come down to tackling. It's going to come down to our linebacker play. If we can see Demetrius Knight, Barrett Carter, Owen Burks step in and make some big plays, then, they'll be able to stop that rushing attack. I'm not so much worried about Ramondre Stevenson, but now that I've said that, he'll probably go for 100 touchdowns. And then from the defensive backside, I think that they've been playing much better lately. I think Dax Hill and DJ Turner have actually done a pretty good job of holding it down. So if they can just keep Stefon Diggs in check, I'm not super worried about many other options, but they just need to avoid giving up the big play. That's the big thing today. If you can force them into some 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8 situations and maybe get lucky they drop a pass, then we'll be all right. But you got to be able to stop the running game, and you just cannot give up any of those long runs that we've seen Henderson break off.
Yeah, and that's going to start with that safety room, which has been subpar as well. Jordan Battle, not great, but maybe not as terrible as his counterpart. Geno Stone has looked not good this year so far. Be interesting to see how they step up and try to limit those big plays, because the Patriots certainly can hit them. Drake Maye, one of the better deep ball throwers in the NFL at this point in his young career. You mentioned earlier the anytime touchdown bets. Let's get your prediction for today. Bengals and Patriots just minutes away from kickoff, live from Paycor Stadium. Your prediction for this one?
I've tried to be the optimist in the past with these, but I got to go Patriots 34, Bengals 20. I think that they're able to scratch some points on the board, maybe make it an interesting game in the third quarter, but ultimately Patriots offense is too much, and Patriots cover the spread.
Yeah, it's hard for me to be unique in this one, Andrew, because typically I want to be the naysayer and be like, yeah, well, I actually think that the Bengals are going to keep this one close. No, they're not. The Bengals are going to lose this game by 20 plus. I actually had 34-13 in my head. I'll say this: the Bengals have done, of late, they've settled for field goals too often. If they want to win this game, they've got to convert, especially in the red zone, and actually put points on the board via the touchdown, not via the field goal. I'm not sure that happens. I'll settle for 34. Well, you said 34, right? I'll settle for 31-16. Who cares? Bengals lose by 20. Bengals lose by 20. The bet of the day is Patriots -7.5. That is the bet of the day. And I cannot wait to take you through this one step by step. We are awaiting kickoff now. Andrew, any final thoughts before I let you go?
Let's hope for a miracle today.
Man, do we need it. All right, brother. We'll see you at halftime. Appreciate you joining. And we'll see you then, hopefully, for some sort of an interesting halftime breakdown. And hopefully this one's not already out of reach at this point. So, Andrew Collinsworth, appreciate it. We'll see you soon.
Sounds good. Who day?
All right, who day? All right, Bengals and Patriots just moments away. Looks like the Patriots will receive the opening kickoff in this one. Appreciate you all joining in. Cincinnati Bengals, New England Patriots live from Paycor Stadium. Live watch along. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Craig Sandlin. I'll do my best to keep an eye on the score bug at the bottom. Keep it updated for you guys as the game goes on. Might have to update it as we go. I'll also do my best at checking chat, but that'll be mostly during commercial breaks because you guys love to spoil things. And I am watching on Red Zone, so we'll see. Not Red Zone, on YouTube via NFL Sunday Ticket. McPherson's got the ball teed up and ready to go. Patriots, 2 men deep, and we are underway. McPherson's kick fielded at the 1 yard line, brought up the left side and tackled almost immediately at the 23 yard line by the Bengals. That's Giles Harris on the tackle for the Bengals, and the Patriots will take over there. As I make sure I pull up these rosters so that I can make sure I'm giving you a good breakdown as these things happen. Drake Maye, the quarterback for the New England Patriots. He's got, looks like Trevion Henderson starting in the backfield for this one. Single back, 2 wide receivers to the right, motion in a receiver at the bottom of the screen, and Henderson gets the ball, takes it to the left-hand side, and picks up 3 on the first carry of the day. It is, in fact, Henderson. Ramondre Stevenson and Trevion Henderson probably going to split some carries. Henderson on the year, 100 carries, 492 yards, 6 touchdowns. Ramondre Stevenson, 83 rushes, 279 yards, and 3 touchdowns. So we'll keep an eye on the usage there. Henderson and Stevenson as they figure that out. May now out of the shotgun, looking left, pumps, pulls it down, almost sacked, but not, completes it to Mac Hollins near the first down marker. We'll see if the referees give it to him. It was Henderson in the backfield again. And looks like it's going to be just short. 3rd and 1 officially. Drake Maye will go under center. Trevion Henderson, the back. Mac Hollins lined up just behind the tight end on the left-hand side. It is a give to Henderson, and he's got the first down, it looks like. Yep, the mark is going to come in. First down, Patriots, as they pick up a first down on this opening drive. Again, Henderson, your running back here to start the game. And we get an injury timeout. So we'll check out the chat here, see what's going on. It is an interesting conversation about Joe Burrow. I know we kind of had it, and then obviously we had someone bring it up during the pregame as well about trading Joe and Jamar if you keep Zach Taylor. I don't necessarily understand that one. I'm not sure who the injured player was. I will definitely get back to you as soon as I can on that one. But they went to commercial before I had a chance to actually see who it was. I didn't even see what team it was, to be honest with you. Trying to get this roster pulled up so that I can make sure to give you good info as this game goes along. I appreciate it, Rick. Hopefully I'll be able to do a decent job and walk you through this one. Lots of interesting games going on around the NFL in this one. Quarterback for the Patriots is Drake Maye. The Bengals are going with Joe Flacco. Joe Burrow is going to be inactive as he works his way back from a toe injury. A lot of discussion over the last Giants are flea flickering it. Jameis Winston throws it downfield. He's got a wide open receiver. Touchdown, Giants. How about that? The Giants getting shifty. Wan'Dale Robinson with the deep touchdown pass. He was wide open on that flea flicker for the Giants. How about that? Am I going to sing for a Giants touchdown? No. Will I sing for a Bengals touchdown? Yeah, I'll sing for a Bengals touchdown if we get one. That's the first step. We got to get a Bengals touchdown before we worry about singing for the Bengals. And if you watched our pregame show, you would know I'm not so confident in that happening. But we'll see. I do have Red Zone up so that I can keep you updated on info around the league. Looks like Mason Rudolph just got picked off by the Chicago Bears. It was Patriots player that was injured on the previous play. One of their offensive linemen, it looks like. But they are back under center, handed off to Travion Henderson, and he's got a hole. He's got it up to the 41. Gain of 6 on first down for Henderson. Looks like Vidarian Love was Jared Wilson was the injured player for the Patriots. Geno Stone and Demetrius Knight in on the tackle for Henderson on that one. Henderson still in the backfield, takes the pitch out to the left-hand side, and he's met immediately by the Bengals linebacking crew. Oren Burks picks up the tackle on that one, and he is now slow to get up. And we can't take a hit to this Bengals linebacking crew. I got to be honest with you. It's been a brutal, brutal go of it for this Bengals defense, and a lot of it has stemmed from the linebacking crew. Barrett Carter, Demetrius Knight have struggled. Now Oren Burks slow to get up after that play. He was in on the tackle. It looked like he was holding his leg, but I don't see anything in the replay. But he's going to jog off. Looks like he's going to be okay. Hopefully he's able to get back into this one quickly, because we can't afford to lose a linebacker if we're being honest with ourselves. Barrett Carter, Demetrius Knight, Oren Burks. That means Joe Giles Harris most likely next man up, potentially Brian Asamoah. Looks like we'll see how they manage that one. 3rd and 4 at the Patriots 41. Drake Maye out of shotgun. Looking. Hit as he throws. It's a wobbler and falls incomplete, just out of the reach of Jordan Battle. Bengals force a punt on the opening drive. How about that? Bengals defense getting a stop. Who was it that got the hit on Drake Maye? Chris Jenkins? Chris Jenkins getting the hit? How about that? Chris Jenkins, not known for his pass rushing ability, gets in just a bull rush, able to hit Drake Maye as he throws, and it just falls incomplete. And now another Bengal slow to get up. Who's this? Marco Wilson. He's on a knee as the trainers are attending to him. Can't really tell exactly what happened. He was matched up on the outside with Mac Hollins and fell on the play and then started towards the sideline and must have went to a knee. I didn't see anything there, but he seems to be walking off the field okay. Meanwhile, not walking off the field okay is Wilson for the Patriots. Mentioned that Jared Wilson, the starting guard for the Patriots, appears to be getting on the cart and heading to the locker room. Patriots will punt. This one sent back. Charlie Jones will field it at the 5 on the right-hand side, and he'll go out of bounds. Bengals will take over there. Around the 19. So Bengals offense will come on the field for the first time. We'll see Joe Flacco with his shoulder, see how he can step up in this one and hopefully lead this Bengals offense and give them a lead here early in this game. We'll see if I can sing early. Maybe that'll be good. I told you the defense had a chance to get better. I actually saw a stat. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it quickly enough in our Discord, but Bengals defense has historically improved significantly in the second half of the season. Yeah, here we go. In weeks 1 through 9 since 2019, Bengals have the 31st ranked defense in EPA per play. Since 2021, they're 29th in defensive EPA per play. But in weeks 10 through 18, since 2021, it goes up to 18th in EPA per play. Run defense 16th per EPA in that plan. So it'd be interesting to see if the defense can continue to improve. But as Rick said, they certainly can't get much worse. So appreciate it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Will Charlie Jones get some run on the offensive side of the ball this week, or will he continue to be strictly special teams? Jermaine Burton going to be inactive for this one. The Titans down threatening the Seahawks early in that game. Cam Ward is scrambling and he'll be sacked at the 4. Meanwhile, the Bears are driving on the Steelers. That's after the Mason Rudolph interception on the Steelers' opening drive. Looks like Zacchaeus down to the 17-yard line. All right, Bengals and Patriots back from commercial break. Joe Flacco takes over with 11:51 to go in the first quarter. Bengals force a punt on the opening drive for the Patriots. They take over at their own 19. Flacco will audible. He'll move back to a shotgun. He'll hand to Chase Brown. Chase Brown's got a huge hole on the left-hand side, and he's out for a gain of 11 all the way out to the 30-yard line for a first down. Bengals. Nice start. Big blocks there on the left-hand side. Mike Gesicki, or Drew Sample picking up a nice block, and then Mitchell Tinsley blocking on the edge, looking good out there as a starter. How about that for Mitchell Tinsley? We love that. Flacco in shotgun. Takes the snap, drop back to pass. He's got Mike Gesicki. Welcome back, brother. He'll pick up 5 on his first catch in action for the first time in 5 weeks after he goes down with an oblique injury a few weeks ago. And again, we talked a lot about Burrow, but that's not to downplay Joe Flacco. 63% completion percentage, 1,500 yards nearly, 12 touchdowns, only 3 interceptions. He's played very well. Maybe not the first choice. Bengals with an offset eye now. Drew Sample in the backfield, motioning Chase Brown. The hand is to Taj Brooks on the right-hand side. Dual running back look there with Sample in the backfield as well. That was interesting. And they'll pick up 3 on the first down run. Patriots defense is no joke. Robert Spillane and Christian Gonzalez lead the way. Gonzalez 7 passes defended on the year. Spillane, no stranger to picking off passes from the linebacker position. So a challenge for sure. 3rd down and 3 now after the Gesicki completion and the run. Motion Tinsley, motion Brown, Flacco alone in the backfield. He'll look to the left and look to Gesicki again, and Mike Gesicki completes it, draped on the play by Patriots defender Craig Woodson on the coverage, but Gesicki right at the first down marker, and looks like he's going to be given the first down. Man, how nice is it to have Mike Gesicki back in this offense? That is definitely a welcome sight. And we talked about who's going to step up in Jamar Chase's absence. Well, looks like Mike Gesicki might. Indianapolis Colts on the board with a touchdown. Michael Pittman scores in that one. Handoff to Chase Brown. He's looking to go up the middle. Nowhere to go, though. He'll be stopped at the line of scrimmage. No gain. Second down and 10. Patriots are allowing just 84.7 yards per game on the ground this year. We'll see how long the Bengals stick with it. Looks like Taj Brooks in the backfield yet again for the Bengals. Flacco back to pass, looks left. He's got T. Higgins completed for a gain of 5 on the quick stop route to Higgins. Higgins is going to be your wide receiver 1 today. We'll see how they utilize him compared to what they normally do. Will they go deep? Will they use him in the slot or across? Will be interesting to see exactly how they use him, but as the CBS does a game break now and shows that Michael Pittman touchdown. 3rd and 4. It's 3rd down. 18 for 33 are the Bengals on 3rd and short this season. Flacco back to pass. He's looking to the right side. He's got Gesicki yet again. Wide open was Gesicki as he goes out of bounds after a gain of 12. Call it 12. Into Patriots territory. This Bengals offense humming right now. Patriots were in a little bit of a man defense and left Gesicki all alone on the out route. Nice play there by the Bengals. And Gesicki with his 3rd catch already here in this one. 21 yards for the tight end. Flacco in the backfield. Fakes the handoff to Chase Brown. He's looking deep. He's got a man deep. He's going for it, and Charlie Jones can't get to it. Got tripped up by Davis in coverage, and that one falls incomplete. Carlton Davis was draped on Charlie Jones. But I like it. Man coverage one-on-one. I don't necessarily know that Charlie Jones is the guy that I'm relying on to win in man coverage, especially against Carlton Davis. But nonetheless, I like the shot on 1st and 10. Bengals have the ball at the 42-yard line. Handoff is to Chase Brown. He's got room to run again. Bounces off a man and then falls down around the 36-yard line. Gain of 6 on 2nd down. It'll be 3rd and 3 or 4. Nice run for Brown on 2nd down. Bengals going quick. Flacco throws over the middle. It's knocked away. T. Higgins couldn't come away with it. It'll be 4th down and 3. They were looking for T. Higgins, but it was knocked away. He couldn't come up with it. We'll see what they do now on this 4th and manageable. Oh, T just dropped it. T just dropped it. That's unfortunate. That's a catchable ball. Definitely a ball that you would expect T. Higgins to catch. Robert Spillane on coverage, but couldn't come up with it. They'll bring in Evan McPherson. 4th and 3. They're going to go for the field goal. It'll be a 54-yard attempt officially. McPherson's kick is up and good. Bengals lead 3-0. 6 minutes and 36 seconds to go in the first quarter. Bengals get the first points of the game up on the board. A 54-yard field goal by McPherson is good. Bengals lead 3-0. see if I can make that score bug look a little bit better. There we go. That looks good right there. Tasha, yes, we are in Apple Podcasts, but not live. Like, you can't listen to me live right now on Apple Podcasts, but certainly there should be on your YouTube a link down below that shows you where you can download all of our podcasts from Apple or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. We have daily shows from Chatterbox. Off the Bench goes at 10 a.m. every single day, Monday through Friday on the Chatterbox YouTube page. And then the Stone Shields show, covering all of your national stories, goes live from 11 to 12. We have breaking news coverage of all the Cincinnati sports news, Bengals, Reds, FC Cincinnati, Cincinnati Bearcats, all have standalone podcasts. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you haven't already, drop me a like. I'm going to be doing this show for probably 4.5 hours today, so all the likes you can give is deeply appreciated as we work our way through this. Take a look real quick at some scores from around the league. Bears lead 7-0 over the Steelers. We talked about that one already. Giants up 7-0 on the Lions early. Vikings and Packers. Packers lead 7-3. Let's see how the Packers scored that. I picked up Emmanuel Wilson for and it is Emmanuel Wilson, 4 carries, touchdown. So shout out to Emmanuel Wilson. Appreciate the scores there. Titans lead the Seahawks 3-0. That one in the first. Chiefs and Colts. Colts up 7-0. We talked about the Pittman touchdown. Jets and Ravens are scoreless still in Baltimore. All right. Bengals will kick it away. Yeah, in this game, I think you take points as much as you can. I know we talked about in the pregame converting touchdowns versus field goals, but going for it on 4th and 3 at the 42 may not be, or the 32 may not be the way to go, or whatever, wherever they were. 37, I don't know. Doesn't matter. McPherson's kick down the right side of the field is fielded at the 2, brought up the side and tackled at the 28. Call it the 28. Jordan Battle in on the tackle along with Joe Giles Harris. Jared Wilson officially questionable with an ankle. That's the Patriots starting guard who went out on the cart earlier. Questionable is interesting. It definitely looked worse than that. If you're going to cart somebody back to the locker room, you don't expect them to be questionable, but we will see. Former Bengal Ben Brown in for the Patriots at offensive guard now. They'll motion Stefon Diggs. Drake Maye looking to throw the ball, and that was terrible. Who was that intended for? Wow, I don't know what that was. Through left, kind of fell in between Trevion Henderson and his tight end, Austin Hooper. I'm not really sure if it slipped or what. It was a rainbow pass kind of lobbed in between Hooper and Henderson. I don't know. But also worth noting, Henderson in there again on this second drive. Ramondre Stevenson is active today. They'll motion Mac Hollins up to the top of the screen. Play action pass to Henderson. May will throw now to Henderson, who catches it across the middle, and he'll pick up 4. It'll be 3rd down and 6. Marco Wilson officially has a hamstring injury. He is going to be out for the rest of this game. So the Bengals cornerback room gets a little bit thinner. Marco Wilson went down. If you remember, it didn't even look like he was that hurt, but walked off on his own power, but he'll be out now for the rest of the game. That's official from the Bengals. Here we go. 3rd and 6. Can the Bengals force a second straight punt? Drake Maye in shotgun. Ramondre Stevenson lined up center to try and help on the pass protection. Quick throw out to the left is incomplete. Intended for Hunter Henry. Out of reach in this Bengals defense. Early in this one, 4th and 6, Drake Maye with a terrible throw. Again, that was 2 terrible throws on that drive. I don't know what he was doing. Bengals brought pressure, though. I'll give them the credit on that. They brought 6 on that play. Drake Maye had to throw it out quick and threw it basically out of bounds. Geno Stone was on his way to sack Drake Maye as he got it away. The snap is low, fielded and punted away. It'll be taken at the 23-yard line. Charlie Jones makes one man miss, but can't make a second, and he'll be tackled there. Gain of 0 on the return, and the Bengals will take over there. They lead 3-0. 5 minutes and 28 seconds to go in the first quarter. We'll take yet another commercial break. Yeah, they're showing it now on Red Zone. That was wild. Drake Maye not starting this game off super well. Hopefully he doesn't catch fire because he definitely has the ability to. DJ Ivey was in coverage on Hunter Henry on that play. Looks like the Chiefs are driving against the Colts. They've got the ball down to the Colts 19-yard line. Mahomes connects with Worthy down to the 11. Gain of 8. Yeah, I like blitzing too. They were so vanilla for so long. It'd be interesting to see if this is a new Al Golden or what's going on, but I'll definitely take it. I'm not going to be mad about it. Quick check on my fantasy teams. Emmanuel Wilson's got me 8.6 so far. Take that. Tyler Warren, 1 catch for 12 yards. Jonathan Taylor, 1.9 points. Okay. How about the Guillotine League? Y'all know about Guillotine Leagues? 18-man league. Each week, 1 person gets eliminated. Lowest scoring team of the week gets eliminated. No head-to-head matchups at all. Just straight lowest scorer. So I'm projected to get chopped this week in that league. That's not good. We'll see if we can come away with something. I don't know, Hard. That was a tough one. I don't know what happened there. In my other league, not looking great. Aaron Jones, 3.9 points. Amon-Ra, no catches yet. David Montgomery, 1 catch for 4 yards. Hunter Henry, obviously no catches. So not looking great for my fantasy teams this week, but that's all right. We're here having fun. Seahawks tie it up with the Titans 3-3 now there in Nashville. What's up, AJ? Welcome in. Bengals and Patriots. Bengals take over at the 24. Flacco in shotgun. He'll hand it off. Taj Brooks again. They're going with a lot of Taj Brooks. This is interesting. Taj Brooks up the middle gains 4. It'll be 2nd and 6. Chase Brown's not hurt. He's in there. So just like what they've seen out of Taj Brooks, I guess. I know it's so stressful being a Bengals fan. I get it. All the daily checking of your lineups and who's hurt and just it's a lot of stress. Flacco under center, Chase Brown deep behind him. He'll motion Drew Sample to the right. He'll pitch it that way to Chase Brown, and Chase Brown's got the edge, and he'll pick up a first down. This Bengals running game is looking good early on. We like that. That's a big key to today's game. Patriots came into this one with one of the best rush defenses in the league. Chase Brown now 4 carries, 26 yards on the day. We'll take that. We'll keep it going. Hopefully that 6.5 average can continue throughout the day. That would be nice. 100 scrimmage yards in 4 straight games for Brown. Brown motions up to the top of the screen. Play action pass to Taj Brooks. Then he'll throw it the other way to Fant. And Fant has it, and he's pushed out of bounds after a gain of 7 or 8. Bengals offense has looked pretty good. I mean, definitely a lot of short passes and good runs, but look at that play action. Man, isn't it nice what play action can do when you actually have a running game? I hope that they keep doing this when Burrow comes back, man. There's no reason not to, but that play action pass clearly opened up that zone for Noah Fant as the defense crashed on that run. Flacco hands it off to Chase Brown. He's got the first down and more out to midfield. Pickup of 6 on the play. Bengals first down. I guess based on my screen. First down. Doesn't matter. First down. Chase Brown was averaging 2.73 yards per pop in his first 6 games. Over the last 4 games, he's averaging over 6. Not going to say why, but, could be the play calling. DK Metcalf with a touchdown in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh looking for the extra point to tie it up. Flacco looking out to the right. He's got Drew Sample, DS89 with the catch. Short gain, if anything, on first down for the Bengals. That might have been a rushing touchdown for DK Metcalf. That was thrown backwards. How about that? Okay. Second down and 10. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to play here in the first quarter. Flacco motions Chase Brown into the backfield. Hand is to Chase Brown. He's going up the middle again. Tackled after a 5 or 6 yard gain. This Bengals running game has been much more efficient of late. And this Bengals offensive line has to be happy with that. They like to get physical. Dalton Reisner, worth mentioning, is in there for the Bengals at guard. It's Brown, Fairchild, Karras, Reisner, and Mims. Flacco alone in the backfield in shotgun. He's got 5 receivers wide. Drops back. Looking downfield. Oh, just out of the reach of Mike Gesicki. Overthrew him just a touch. Woodson in coverage on Gesicki. Couldn't come down with it. He had Gesicki, definitely had him, but not a great throw from Flacco. If he leads him out there in front of him, definitely would have had a first down and a big pickup, but instead it is out of the reach of Gesicki over his head. And it'll be 4th down and 5, and the Bengals are going to line up to go for it. We'll see if they actually run a play here. Play clock down to 5. 3, 2, 1. They might have jumped. Did the play clock expire first? Or did he jump first? The Patriots defensive end was trying to time it up, but he jumped. Oh, man. He must have thought they were actually going to run a play. Kayvon Chason jumped off sides with 1 second left on the play clock, thinking that the Bengals were actually going to run a play, and they didn't. And instead, they pick up a free first down. Wow. That was silly. All right, first down and 10 at the 40. Flacco audibling at the line. He's got Taj Brooks behind him. Motions Yoshivas. He'll hand it off to Yoshivas on the end around. Yoshi's got the edge, but he's tackled from behind by Robert Spillane after a gain of 5. Man, I can't get over how silly that play was by Kayvon Chason. Oh, man. Silly. Robert Spillane's freaking good, though. Give him credit. He is good. Been doing it a long time, too. Wearing that gold C on his chest for a reason. Second down and 5, under a minute now to play in the first quarter. Charlie Jones motions into the backfield. He'll shift back the opposite way. Chase Brown, handoff faked, and then toss it back to him, tipped at the line, falls incomplete. That was a messy play. It looked like they were trying to set up the screen pass where Chase Brown, Ted Karras was out there pulling, but Patriots getting too much pressure, unable to allow Flacco to get it away cleanly. Overthrows Chase Brown just by a little bit, and it falls incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5. Drew Sample now in motion. Flacco takes the snap. Look out. Look out again. Oh, boy. You can't have that. There's one thing you can't do on 3rd and 5 from the 35. You can't take a sack for a big loss. And that's exactly what Joe Flacco did on that one. Probably pushes them out of field goal range. A loss of 10 on the play. We'll see if the Bengals want to punt it away or go for a 68 or a 63-yard field goal. Man, Flacco, not ideal on that one. They will punt it away. They'll have to punt this before the end of the quarter. Rico's punt is sky high. Fair catch called for at the 10 and taken there by Jones. Patriots will take over to start the second quarter at the 10-yard line. Bengals lead 3-0. Drops not helping. Pat's getting some pressure on Flacco. That's certainly not helping, but that's why those quick passes were working so well. Those quick passes are working. You just got to stick with it. And then the run game too. The run game was working as well. You can't abandon that. And, you pick up 5 on a Andre Yoshivas run on first down out to the 35, and then you go pass, and unfortunately got to turn the ball over now. So we'll see if Drake Maye and this Patriots offense can get something going and string together a 90-yard drive. Yeah, I don't know how you don't give it to Chase Brown at all in that scenario, but here we are. All right, first quarter stats. Joe Flacco, 6 of 10, 35 yards. Sacked that one time for 10 yards, 66.7 rating in the first quarter. Chase Brown, as we mentioned, 6 carries, 37 yards, 6.2 per pop, 10-yard long. Andre Yoshivas, that 1 carry for 5 yards. Taj Brooks has 2 carries for 5 yards as well. Total for the Bengals on the ground, 9 carries, 47 yards, good for 5.2 per pop. On the receiving end, Mike Gesicki leads the way with 3 catches for 22 yards. Noah Fant adds 1 for 9. T. Higgins 1 for 4. Drew Sample 1 for 0. Charlie Jones and Chase Brown were also targeted but didn't come down with completions. Barrett Carter led the way in tackles, 4 total, 2 solo. Joe Giles Harris, 2 total, 1 solo. Geno Stone, Oren Burks, BJ Hill, Joseph Asai, Chris Jenkins, and Jordan Battle also on the board. Chris Jenkins also with that pass defended in the QB hit on Drake Maye. For the Patriots, it's been all Trevion Henderson in the running game. 4 carries for 11 yards. Drake Maye is 2 for 5 for 10 yards. Mac Hollins has a catch for 6 yards, and Trevion Henderson has 1 for 4. Hunter Henry also targeted. Giants have extended their lead over the Detroit Lions. They lead now 10-0. Jameis Winston, 5 of 7, 129 yards and a touchdown in that one. Wan'Dale Robinson, 4 catches for 106 yards and touchdown already there early in the second quarter. Here we go. Bengals back on the field on defense. 1st and 10 at the 10-yard line. Drake Maye back to pass. Poor pass yet again, but this one is hauled in by Stefon Diggs. Diggs' first target of the game. Again, that ball is thrown low and outside. Diggs could do nothing but go to the ground to catch it. Picks up 6 on the play, but probably not what they were hoping for when you have a wide open Stefon Diggs on a crossing route. May alone in the shotgun. He'll go back to pass. They fake the screen and try to get Hunter Henry. It's Geno Stone picked off at the 25. He's going to take it back to the house. Geno Stone, pick 6. And Drake Maye has looked terrible in this game already. Oh my God. They had Trevion Henderson set up at the bottom of the screen for a screen pass with blockers. Drake Maye instead tries to go to Hunter Henry on the seam route. Geno Stone as a solo linebacker comes up and oh my God, they had Hunter Henry. They had him, but the terrible overthrow by Drake Maye lands just in Geno Stone's hands, and Geno Stone takes it to the house. Wow. We called for Geno Stone. He used to be a ball hawk and had not really been that of late. And here we are now. Extra point is up and good. And you know what that means when the Bengals score a touchdown. I have to sing. Hear that Bengal growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Get some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We've got a team right here in town. Ain't going to ever let us down. Who dey? Who dey? Who dey think going to beat them Bengals? Who dey? Who dey? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. How about that? Geno Stone. Is this hope? Is this hope? What was that? What did I just see? Listen, you're asking me. What a terrible throw from Drake Maye. What an absolutely terrible throw from Drake Maye. I mean, that was unbelievable. Oh, my God. Oh, boy. The Bengals have ruined Drake Maye. Oh, my God. What is happening? What is happening right now? The Bengals aren't going to win this. This is them giving us hope, thinking that, hey, Bengals might win a game. Maybe not. Oh, man. Patriots are frauds, but so is our defense. Let's enjoy this while we can. Houday. What up, Corey? Good to see you, brother. Hope I appreciate you tuning in. Man, what a turnaround. What's going on? What is this smile on my face? I don't know what's happening, but I like it. I'm not going to complain about it. Group chat blowing up. Geno Stone. Yeah, I don't know what is going on with Drake Maye. This is not the Drake Maye that I was sold coming into this game. Wow. Yeah. That's Geno Stone's second career pick 6. Bengals lead 10-0, 14-19 left to play in the first half. Drake Maye, 3 of 7, 16 yards, 1 interception. And that doesn't even count the 3 terrible throws that he threw that weren't interceptions. Patriots will field the kickoff and take it up to around the 29, and it'll be piled up there. Jennings on the return for the Patriots. PJ Jules is fired up. This defense is fired up. I mean, Drake Maye, terrible throw. Drake Maye, terrible throw. Drake Maye, terrible throw. They're throwing the Drake Maye terrible throw highlight package up on CBS right now. It is wild. It is wild and unexpected. All right, Patriots take over at the 30. They'll try and establish a running game, which they probably should have been doing this whole time. Trevion Henderson will take it up the middle, gain 8 on first down for the Patriots. The fact that they haven't tried to gash this Bengals defense on the ground more than they have is kind of crazy, but maybe they'll do that here now as the Bengals have a 10-0 lead. Trevion Henderson again is your running back. We have not seen Ramondre Stevenson on the field. They'll hand it off to Henderson again, and he'll be met at the line of scrimmage, but fall forward for a Patriots first down at the 40-yard line. 1st and 10 for them there. Henderson, 5 touchdowns total over the last 2 weeks. You knew that they would have a decision to make between Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson. It clearly seems as if Henderson is going to be the go-to, as the Patriots have yet another player down. It's another offensive lineman. This time it is their offensive tackle, Morgan Moses, as the Seahawks find Jackson Smith and Jigba for a deep touchdown. How far was that? I don't know. Long touchdown for JSN. Let's see if I can find it for you real quick. 63-yard touchdown to JSN. 10-3 now. Seahawks lead the Titans. They're in Nashville. So for all of you JSN fantasy football owners, you can put 13.3 points up on that play. Unless you have bonuses for long touchdowns. Some leagues have bonuses for long touchdowns. Maybe you do. Steelers, they go up 14-7 over the Bears. As Amon-Ra St. Brown finds the end zone for the Lions. Looks like a defensive touchdown for Pittsburgh. Yeah, Nick Herbig, defensive touchdown for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 12-yard touchdown pass for the Lions. Try and keep you up to date with scores from around the league. Colts, they go up 14-3 on the Chiefs. Are the Colts for real? They must be. Daniel Jones in that one, 10 of 11, 94 yards and 2 touchdowns. Michael Pittman has a touchdown, and now Drew Ogletree, who had the Drew Ogletree anytime touchdown slip. Jameis Winston is quarterbacking for the New York Giants. Jameis Winston. Dart was not cleared of concussion protocol, so Dart is out this week, and Jameis Winston gets the start. Jets and Ravens still scoreless. It's one to keep our eyes on for sure. Moses now going back to the locker room for the Patriots. Bryant will be in on the offensive line for them as they now have 2 backup linemen. Drake Maye play action pass and yet another terrible throw. Tried to force that one in to double coverage and threw it over his receiver's head. I don't know what's going on with Drake Maye, but as a Bengals fan, I'm not mad about it. Play action pass. Tried to force it into Hollins and overthrew everybody. Drake Maye just no. JSN plays for the Seahawks. Jameis Winston for the Giants. Trevion Henderson picks up 5. Call it 6. Barrett Carter on the tackle. The JSN touchdown was from Sam Darnold. I would imagine, at least. I assume Sam Darnold's still in there. Third down and 4. It's third down. Let's see if Drake Maye can overcome whatever these yips are that he's got right now. Looks like Ramondre Stevenson in on the backfield. He'll chip as Drake Maye looks to pass. He's going to scramble now and dives forward. Fumbles the ball as he does, but recovers it himself and will pick up the first down, gain of 5 on 3rd and 4. They move the chains. Did he fumble that? I don't know. Chris Jenkins looked like he was trying to punch it out, but I don't know if he actually did or not. Oh, he did. Look at Chris Jenkins. Chris Jenkins, have yourself a day. I mean, I know Drake Maye fell back on it, but Chris Jenkins now with a pass defended, with a QB hit, and now a forced fumble. Maye with the play action pass will now swing it out to Stevenson in the flat. Stevenson will pick up a short gain of 4 before being forced out of bounds. They'll call it 5. This is the biggest deficit the Patriots have faced since week 3. How about that? How about that? Look at these Bengals growling. Stevenson in the backfield, I formation, motion Mac Hollins to the top of the screen. Patriots working from left to right. Drake Maye will hand it off to Stevenson. Met after a short gain of 3 or so. It'll be short of the line to gain. It'll be 3rd and 2. It's third down. Third and 2, 10 minutes and 30 seconds left to play in the first half. Patriots 1 for 3. Oh, I'm sorry. Third down conversions on short, which is 1 to 3 yards. They are 2 for 2 so far today. Motion Diggs to the bottom of the screen. Drake Maye back to pass on 3rd and 2. Over the middle, he finds his receiver. It'll be Hunter Henry with a chunk play on that one. Picks up, 10? 11. Call it 11. Inside the 30 now for the Patriots. This is their best drive of the game so far and deepest into Bengals territory that they've gone. Hunter Henry is going to be one to watch. I said that earlier too, as Bengals defense has struggled to cover tight ends. Hunter Henry, one of the better catching, receiving tight ends in the league. Maye back to pass again. We get pressure on him, but he evades it. And now he's got a wide open Hunter Henry for the touchdown. Blown coverage on that one by the Bengals. Not sure what happened yet. We'll watch the replay and see if we can find it out. But Hunter Henry, who I picked up in fantasy this week, knowing that this might happen, finds the end zone. Let's see what happened there. Zone defense, Miles Murphy got pressure, but oh my God, what are they doing? I don't know who was wrong. I want to start by saying that, but Demetrius Knight and Jordan Battle were literally standing next to each other in the zone. That is not likely to be the expected layout of your defense there. Woof. There's that defense we know and love. What up, Reader? That was ugly. Oh, man. I literally wish I could tell you, but 28-yard touchdown to Hunter Henry, and it's just wide open. There was nothing there. How do I find... don't know. Doesn't matter. Maybe they'll show us a better replay afterwards. Yeah, Patriots by double digits is probably still the correct answer. But we'll see. We'll see. Another loss from this city, yeah. Bearcats lose to the Louisville Cardinals. Bearcats lose to BYU. What are they doing? Oh, God. That was bad. That was bad. Wish I had a better answer for you right now, but I literally just watched the replay and I just do not know what Demetrius Knight and Jordan Battle were doing. Both of them were basically covering your screen pass option and left the deep zone wide open. Well, hopefully the Bengals can hold on for a little bit of a win here. And then FC Cincinnati taking on Inter Miami later today. Lionel Messi in town. That'll be exciting for any of you doing the doubleheader today. That would be awesome to do. Go Bengals Patriots at 1:00. And then I believe the FC Cincinnati game starts at 5:00. So that would be entertaining for sure. John Mechie III. What a story John Mechie III is. Just caught a touchdown from Tyrod Taylor. Jets take a 6-0 lead over the Baltimore Ravens. Looks like he was in. Meanwhile, did Darius Slayton just find the end zone for the Giants? Yeah, Darius Slayton finds the end zone for the Giants. Let me double check and make sure I'm relaying that accurately. I'm pretty sure that was Darius Slayton. No, it was Isaiah Hodgins. My fault. Isaiah Hodgins, 12-yard touchdown catch for the Giants as they now lead the Lions 17-7. That's a surprise there in Detroit, by the way. Didn't expect that one, but a lot of people said that you should start all the Lions you can this week, but Giants are the ones coming out offensively on top so far. Must be some wind there in Cincinnati. If anybody is watching the game from Paycor, let us know. They just held the ball on the tee. Interesting. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but in those windy situations in the past where you would bring in one of your gunners from the outside to hold the ball, now you don't do that anymore. You bring in a player off the bench. So you essentially have a play where you start with 12 men on the team or on the field. They hold it, and then as soon as the ball's kicked, they have to immediately sprint off the field. They're showing the replay now of Hunter Henry. And yeah, Jordan Battle just crashed the screen pass and just left the wide open deep zone. Bengals were double teaming Mac Hollins, which led Hunter Henry on that corner route to be wide open. So Bengals will take over at the 20 as that ball went out of the end zone. Handoff is to Chase Brown. He's met in the backfield, spins away from it, but can't get back to the line of scrimmage. We'll call it a gain of nothing. And it'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Bengals. And this feels like maybe the turn of momentum. Certainly hope that the Bengals offense can answer, but who knows? Morgan Moses now back out there with his jersey on. So we'll see if he's going to go back out for the offensive line. Flacco in shotgun. Motion Chase Brown and T. Higgins to the left. You've now got trips left with Gesicki. Flacco. Back to pass. Looks right. He's got Yoshivas, who makes a nice catch. Nice diving catch. Drags 2 feet down. Shout out to Yoshivas. He's going to have to step up this week as well with Jamar Chase out, suspended. Very nice catch by the young receiver. Gets both feet down, no question about that. And maintains control as he goes to the ground. That'll be a 1st down for the Bengals. Gain of 11 on the play for Yoshivas. And the Patriots have yet another man down. This time it's Tonga, their 6'2", 335-pound defensive tackle, is down on a knee near the Patriots sideline. So we'll take a commercial break yet again. Man, get these bots out of here. Yeah, I thought it was on Jordan Battle too. Jordan Battle absolutely crashed that screen pass and just left that deep zone wide open. I'm not sure if Knight was supposed to fall back and that was like an intended crash, but man, it was not a pretty play. Do you think Flacco goes to Pittsburgh this year to complete the AFC North gauntlet? God, I hope not. Man, I hope not. Honestly, here's the question for you guys. Do you want Flacco back next year as your QB2? He's already said that he wants to start somewhere is the thing. He's obviously not going to start in Cincinnati. So I'm not really sure. The big question is like, where are you going to go where you're going to be the projected starter at 41 plus years old? I don't know that there's an answer for that you're going to be like the main starter. So I don't know. Maybe he'll come back and be QB2 next year. Maybe the Bengals move away from Jake Browning. Who knows? But be interesting. You think he can go to Pittsburgh and be the starter day one? I don't think Pittsburgh. Here's the thing about Pittsburgh, right? Like they settled for Aaron Rodgers this year, but like surely they're going to have to draft a quarterback or sign somebody, right? Like I don't think they can possibly go into 2026 and be like, yeah, Joe Flacco, you're our starting quarterback. I know, Jade. We all say we're not coming back, and then it keeps happening. Yeah, but they got to get somebody else. If Aaron retires, sure. But all right, Chase Brown takes the handoff. We're back in action here. First down and 10. He'll pick up 6 before being wrangled down as we approach 8 minutes left to play here in the first half. They'll call it 2nd and 5. Bengals at their own 36-yard line. Brooks now in the backfield. Flacco under center. Fake the handoff to Brooks. Flacco. Oh, no. Oh, no. Flacco looked to sling it out to Taj Brooks, and Marcus Jones jumped the route, took it untouched for a pick 6. And the Patriots take the lead with 7:42 to play in the first half. Man, Flacco was looking deep. Let's see if in the replay if we can see what happened here. But he faked the handoff to Brooks. Looked like he was trying to get to T. Higgins on the out route. Instead, just tried to sling it outside to Taj Brooks, and Jones jumped the route. Just didn't see him. Extra point is up and good. Patriots lead 14-10, 7:42 left in the first half. Ugh. Saw that one as soon as he threw it too. I mean, it just as soon as he threw it, and Flacco knew it as soon as he threw it too. He didn't even bother to try and chase him down. It just, ugh. Lordy. Felons. Caleb Downs back in play. Yeah, that was not great. Not great. Oh, boy. Oh, man, look at Marcus Jones. He came from way far away, but yep. No doubter as soon as he threw it that was going to be a pick six. The minute he let that go, immediately knew. All right, we'll see if they can bounce back. Bears, touchdown, Loveland. Extra point pending to tie that game up. Patriots kickoff goes to the end zone, fielded by Charlie Jones for the touchback. Well, Ricks, he was looking for the Higgins out route. He hitched because he was looking to throw it to Higgins. He wasn't looking to throw it to Brooks at first. I mean, it's still a terrible throw. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to downplay that, but all right, Bengals start at the 35. Chase Brown in the backfield. He'll take the handoff, and he's got a hole up the middle yet again. I mean, I don't know why you're not handing the ball off to Chase Brown 5 times a drive. Picks up 6 on first down. Second and 4 at the 41. They're showing Joe Burrow. Show his shoes, his aloe shoes. No free ads. On the sideline with the headset on. It'll be second and a short 4 for the Bengals. Flacco under center, motions Chase Brown. It'll hand it to Brown on the end around, and he's got room. Ooh, nice open field tackle by the Patriots to save a much bigger gain. That could have been even more for Chase Brown, but Carlton Davis able to wrangle Chase Brown on the end around after he picks up enough for a first down and more. He's out near the 46-yard line and a first down. Flacco in shotgun, flanked by Brown. Motion T. Higgins to the bottom of the screen. The handoff is to Brown. Pops it out to the left. He's got room again. Forced out of bounds yet again after a gain of 7 or 8, but he just saw that there's a flag on the play. And this one is coming back. It's a hold against the Bengals. The first penalty called of the game negates the 9-yard run. It'll go against Dylan Fairchild on that one. Back up the Bengals to be first and 20. Fairchild didn't like the call. He watched it on the replay and didn't like it, but CBS isn't going to give us a replay, so we're just going to have to trust that it was a holding penalty. So instead, it'll be first and 20 back at the 36. Flacco in shotgun audibles. Checks out of the play. Handoff yet again to Chase Brown. This time not much room to run up the middle. Play's blown dead with forward progress as Chase Brown fumbles, but the play was blown dead already. It'll pick up 2. Second and 18. After a promising start to this drive, now you're in trouble territory. 5.5 minutes to go in the first half. Corey Durden was not happy that the refs blew that dead, but his progress was stopped for sure. Patriots bringing pressure. Flacco flushed out of the pocket. He'll just throw it away towards Andre Yoshivas, but did he get it back to the line of scrimmage? Was he out of the pocket? Refs will talk about it. 3rd and 18 either way. It's not looking good for this Bengals offense on this drive. Taj Brooks did a good job picking up Spillane in blitz pickup, but Flacco had nowhere to go on the pass and threw it away. No flag on the play, so it'll be 3rd and 18. Here comes a draw and or screen pass. As the play is blown dead. I don't know what that was about. Third down. Said Andre Yoshabas was in the area. So no intentional grounding. 3rd and 18 instead. Definitely a play where you could have seen a flag thrown, and now we do get a flag thrown. This will be a false start, I think, on Gesicki. Yep. Gesicki flagged for the false start, and it'll be 3rd and 23. And now we have the Bengals. The Bengals are back, baby. Oh, geez. Gesicki and T. Higgins both false started. I know they called Gesicki, but they both false started. All right, Flacco back to pass. Short. Oh, my God. What are we doing? I mean, I respect it, but what are we doing? They throw a short in route to T. Higgins, who flips the ball to Chase Brown, who runs it down the sideline, picks up a big chunk. But 3rd and 18 is not the time to break out that play. I love that play call on a 3rd and 3, a 3rd and 5 maybe. But 3rd and 18, you're not picking it up, Zach. And now you just put it on tape for no reason. What are we doing? Punts away. Fielded at the 10. He'll have room to bring it back, but no, he won't. Tackled by Tyson Anderson on the coverage. Nice punt by Rico. What are we doing? 3rd and 23. It wasn't even 3rd and 18. Thank you, chat. 3rd and 23. What are we doing? Chat, am I overreacting? You just put a trick play on film on 3rd and 23. Oh my God. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Patriots take over at the 10. They'll hand it to Henderson. Henderson goes up the gut, pushes the pile forward for a gain of 4. Oh my God. I'm so upset. So upset. It was executed great, but not on 3rd and 23, Rick. If you run that play on 3rd and 5, it might be a touchdown because they're going to crash that in route and try and get T. Higgins down quick. But the entire defense is playing back in that. You got no chance of picking it up 23 yards on that play. I love it on 3rd and 5. I love the play. I don't love the call there. Austin Hooper catches the ball over the middle of the field. He'll pick up 20 plus. Oh, my fault. That was Henry again. Doesn't matter. Henry picks up 20. 17 yards officially out to the 31. Hand it to Henderson up the gut. He'll be tripped up at the line of scrimmage, fall forward for 3. All right. Lock in, Craig. Lock in. What's up, everybody? I'm Craig Sandlin. This is Chatterbox Sports. You're watching the live watch along between the Cincinnati Bengals and New England Patriots, here for live reaction and play-by-play this entire game. Appreciate you tuning in. We joined by Andrew Collinsworth at halftime to break down this first half. Bengals trail 14-10. Drake Maye fakes the handoff. He's throwing it over the middle yet again. It is Austin Hooper for sure this time. Number 81 makes the catch for another Patriots first down. And the Patriots now in a little bit of a hurry up as we approach the 2-minute warning. 2:08, 2:07, 6, 5. Maye under center. They won't snap the ball. They'll go to the 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning in Cincinnati. Patriots have the ball at the 48-yard line and driving. You don't have a play for 3rd and 23. That's the point. That's why I said get ready for a draw play or a screen pass. There is no play for 3rd and 23. But I'll tell you what isn't a play for 3rd and 23 is a trick play, trying to put a trick play out there to gain 23. Like, maybe if this is the end of the game and you need a big chunk in order to go for it on 4th down, but not at that point. It's just not the right time, Rick. I love the play. I love the play. I hate the timing. You'd think this defense could cover a tight end sometime this decade. Well, you'd think so, but no. I wonder if they're going to throw it to Hunter Henry. Oh, man. It's not about a better play call. No, you can't. You can't, because now they've seen it. Now they know that you have it in your playbook. The touchdown was a pick 6. Geno Stone got the touchdown for the Bengals. This offense has been inconsistent, I guess, to say the least. They haven't been like horrible, but certainly not great. I think the biggest challenge here is that the running games look great. You're just not necessarily using it as much as I'd like them to use it. Chase Brown, 11 carries for 55 yards. I don't know. It's a somewhat balanced offense, but with the running game playing as well as it has, I don't know why you wouldn't do it more. Kenneth Gainwell just busted one. Was he in? He's in. Kenneth Gainwell with a long touchdown run for the Pittsburgh Steelers to go up 20-14. Oh, they're going to say he was out of bounds at the 1. Ooh, it was a tush push. Man, look at Pittsburgh getting creative with the tush push back-to-back weeks. All right, back to action after the 2-minute warning. Patriots ball at their own 48-yard line. Drake Maye in shotgun all alone. He's looking left, and he's got his tight end yet again. This time it's Hooper again. And they're nearly in field goal range. Pickup of 17, we'll call it. Maybe even more. 20. Call it 21. Drake Maye started 3 of 7. He's since 7 of 8. Looked terrible early on. Does not look terrible now. Ramondre Stevenson lone back. Handoff to Stevenson. Stopped after a short gain of 2. Who was that on the tackle? Jalen Davis. Jalen Davis elevated off the practice squad. Comes in and makes the tackle on Stevenson. 2nd and 2. We're under a minute now to play in the first half. Patriots 9-0 in their last 9 games when leading at the half. 2nd and 8 here. 45 seconds left to play. Maye back to pass. Pressure. Sacked. Fumble? Giles Harris. Is that Giles Harris? Who is that? Barrett Carter picked it up and returned it. What are they calling? It'll be reviewed. Patriots are saying it was a pass. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that was a pass. What are we doing? That was a pass. Not a fumble. Definitely not a fumble. That'll be a quick review. Quick review on that one. Hunter Henry's right there, so it's not going to be grounding. All right. Expedited review on this one, I'm sure. But there were 3 Bengals around Drake Maye on that one. It was, in fact, an expedited review. It'll be 3rd down and 8, 42 seconds remaining in the half. From the Bengals' 29-yard line. They need the 21 for a first down. Bengals, all 3 timeouts. You'll expect them to use one after this play if the Patriots don't pick up a first down and the clock doesn't stop. Maye back to pass, scrambles, forced out of the pocket, chased down from behind by Demetrius Knight Jr. and tackled 2 yards short of the first down, and the clock is going to continue to run. What are we doing? Cincinnati finally calls a timeout with 30 seconds remaining. It'll be 4th down and 2. So here it is. 33 seconds on the clock. 4th down and 2. Patriots offense still on the field. They are 8 for 8 on the year on 4th down and 3 or less. Can the Bengals defense come up with a stop? Will the Patriots just try to draw them off sides? Maye under center. Motion Stefon Diggs. They're not going to run a play. Don't jump, Bengals. Don't jump. Maye motions Diggs back to the opposite side. 8 seconds on the play clock. And Vrabel will call his timeout. Good job, Bengals. Good job. Yeah, someone in the chat said Zach Taylor's mighty offense has 10 points, but Zach Taylor's mighty offense has 3 points. Defense got a pick 6. Andy Borregales in for the field goal attempt for the New England Patriots to put them up by 7. It's 14-10, 4th down and 2, 33 seconds left. It'll be a 41-yard attempt for Borregales, the rookie kicker out of Miami. Kick is up, and it is good. Bengals will have 28 seconds or so to play with if they decide to here at the end of the first half. As a reminder, Bengals do get the ball back to start the second half, so that might play into their decision here. Do you try and go 2 for 1? 2 for 1? 2 for 1? Or do you just kneel it, go to half, and know that you get the ball to start the second half and decide to go that way? We'll see what they decide to do. Bengals ball at the half. Yeah, we get spammed every week. That's not new. Everybody blame Reed. It's all Reed's fault. Oh, you know us, Skellington. Expert halftime adjustment team. Expert. You got 2 timeouts in 28 seconds. We'll see what happens with the kickoff. If they kick this ball through the end zone and give you the ball at the 35, I think you got to try and do something. Instead, they'll kick it short, field it at the 6-yard line. Charlie Jones will take it up the right side of the field. He's got a hole again. Charlie Jones across the 50. He's got 4 men trying to chase him down. There's a flag on the play. Charlie Jones takes it all the way down to the 27-yard line, but we got to check the flag to see what the call is. Charlie Jones doesn't know there's a flag yet. During the return, holding on the returning team. Number 33. It's going to be Dejon Anthony called for the hold. That'll negate a huge return. Oh, they called it on 43. Giles Harris. That's not a hold. $67-yard return, wiped out. 10 seconds off the clock, wiped out. Zach Taylor not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. Instead, they'll take over at the 18. They're going to run I'm sure they're going to run the ball once and see what they do. But, yep, Chase Brown will take it. He's got plenty of room to go. He's out past the 30, all the way out to the 39 with the 12 seconds to play. We'll see what they decide to do from here. Bengals take their second timeout of the half. Man, what a gut punch that was. I don't even think it was a good call, but call was actually on 43, Joe Giles Harris. He was holding 33 of the Patriots, so it was misannounced by the referee. But, man, they're showing it again now. Yeah, he held him. He held him. Dang. What a swing that was. What a swing that 10-yard penalty is. That's the crazy part. You go from a 67-yard return to nothing. All right, Bengals ball at the 39. Flacco alone in the shotgun. Patriots will bring 3. Flacco back to pass. He's got time. Throws it over the middle to T. Higgins. Higgins is hit hard at the Patriots 45. With 4 seconds left, the Bengals will call their final timeout. Ball at the 45. You can kick a 63-yard field goal here, or you can try and take a shot at the end zone with Flacco's busted arm. I think you got to send McPherson out. I know he was short on a 54-yarder last week, but that was not a kicker ball, as we found out later, was because they made the decision late to try and go for the field goal there. They've got plenty of decision here, so they'll send McPherson out, I would assume, for what will essentially be a 60-plus yarder. Patriots don't send anybody back, it doesn't look like, to return, so it'll be McPherson. McPherson made from 54 earlier. This one will be 63. We'll call it 63. From the left hash. The snap, the hold, the kick is up. It's down the middle and good. McPherson from 63 is good as time expires. Bengals trail the Patriots 17-13. A big kick from Evan McPherson gets the Bengals on the board. And a reminder, Bengals get the ball in the second half. So they will have a chance here now to try and take a lead as they start the second half. McPherson's kick from 63 is good. We'll take a 10-second break while I get set up for our halftime show. And Andrew Collinsworth standing by to talk through this first half. We'll be right back. All right, Andrew. Bengals trail the Patriots 17-13. New England puts up 17 points in the second quarter, including a pick six of Joe Flacco, but a last-second field goal from Evan McPherson, 63 yards. He's got now a 54-yarder and a 63-yarder. Bengals trail 17-13. Your initial reactions from the first half, my friend?
Well, I wasn't able to watch the kick there at the end, but just seeing him knock that, or listening to you give the play-by-play of him knocking that through. Honestly, as soon as they handed that ball off to Chase Brown, I thought that they were just going to take it into half. So I went and hopped onto the computer. But hey, that's a big kick from McPherson here to cut the lead to 4. This is a little bit of kind of like the score I was expecting at halftime, but it's just how he got here that is so strange with the 2 pick sixes and whatnot. But you got to feel good about the way the defense is playing. Aside from not being able to cover tight ends, they've done a pretty decent job. Only giving up the 10 points. And then offensively, it's been rough, which is kind of to be expected when you don't have Joe Burrow and you don't have Jamar Chase.
Yeah. You mentioned the scoring drives. We'll talk about it really quick. Bengals got a field goal with 6:36 to go in the first quarter. Evan McPherson from 54 yards out caps off an 11-play, 46-yard drive to make it 3-0 Bengals. Bengals then early on in the second quarter got a pick six from Geno Stone, a terrible throw from Drake Maye, and a string of terrible throws from Drake Maye led to a 10-0 Bengals lead. But the Patriots, they bounced back. Hunter Henry took a 28-yard pass from Drake Maye for a touchdown, 10-7 Bengals. And then Marcus Jones picked off Joe Flacco on a screen pass attempt, 33 yards to the house. Patriots led 14-10. They'd add a 41-yard field goal with 28 seconds left to go in the first half to make it 17-10. Bengals, they get the ball back. They hand it off to Chase Brown, picks up a decent chunk after a penalty on the kickoff, negated a big return from Charlie Jones. Chase Brown picks up reads in my head with downtown Charlie Brown. Chase Brown picks up 21 yards on the run, 16-yard pass from Joe Flacco to T. Higgins over the middle, puts the Bengals in field goal range, and Evan McPherson hits that 63-yarder as time expires. 17-13 is your halftime score. Joe Flacco in that first half, 9 of 15, 79 yards, no touchdowns, 1 INT, sacked that one time. That was devastating. 12 carries for Chase Brown. He's looked really good. 76 yards, 6.3 yards per pop. Mike Gesicki and T. Higgins each have 3 catches, but neither one of them more than 22 yards. Nothing downfield really at this point. Chase Brown is showing 0 catches for 17 yards on ESPN. I don't remember, to be blatantly honest with you. I think he's got 0 catches, though. Yoshivas, 1 catch for 11. Noah Fant, 1 for 9. Drew Sample, 1 for 0. Drake Maye in this one, 10 for 16, 120 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Trevion Henderson, 8 for 28. Ramondre Stevenson, 2 for 5. Hunter Henry has really been the killer so far, those tight ends in general. Henry, 3 for 57 and a touchdown. Austin Hooper, 2 for 35. Henderson also 2 catches out of the backfield for 11 yards. So, Andrew, we talked about the Patriots potentially putting the boots on and kicking the Bengals' butt here. Bengals within 4, though, after the first half. You said it's a little bit like you suspected, but is it a little bit closer maybe than you expected? I know the pick sixes have played into this.
Yeah, I was definitely expecting it to be 17-10, which is at half there before McPherson kicks that one through. That's a pretty big moment for the Bengals, getting the ball out at half now, and able to get points on back-to-back drives and try to take a lead or give yourself a 1-point deficit. But they are playing pretty well on defense. I have to say they're able to stop the run game pretty effectively, which has been a problem all year. So seeing them step up and take down Henderson a few times and make some big plays there was good to see. And then if they could just cover Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper, the defense would be all squared away. Unfortunately, that's been a problem for what seems like a decade for the Bengals defense, is just not being able to cover tight ends. It's happened with Travis Kelce over the years, Mark Andrews. I mean, all these good tight ends in the division too that we've had. So it's not a new problem, but something that they still are struggling with here. But aside from that, I thought that the defense played really well. But 17-13, I'll take it. If you told me that at the beginning of the game, I'd be very pleased with that score at halftime.
Okay. Well, We'll see. Hunter Henry, Austin Hooper, and Trevion Henderson have combined for 7 of the Patriots' 10 catches. So certainly, and you added in Ramondre Stevenson, 8 of the 10 catches. So certainly have done their job on the receivers. Stefon Diggs, 1 catch for 6 yards. Mac Hollins, 1 catch for 6 yards. But the linebacking crew in coverage still allowing the Patriots to pick up big chunks. So we look forward to the second half now, Andrew. What's the key to the second half for you as we look to try and get back on the board here to start the second half?
Well, it seems apparent to me that that our linebackers at least, cannot cover the tight end. So it might be more dime packages, throwing in another corner or safety to cover those tight ends and try to be more effective there, especially if you're still consistent in stopping the running game. And then from there, it's just got to be better from Joe Flacco. I mean, really, it was a pretty poor half. I know there hasn't been a ton in front of him, and that's the problem when you don't have some of your playmakers, but he's got to be able to create a little bit more from the offense. Obviously, we're not seeing what he's seeing downfield, but it just seemed like it was probably his worst half as a Bengal, maybe last week as well, but definitely not his sharpest. And if he can get going in the second half, I think that'll be the difference maker in this one.
Yeah, I'd really like them to see to commit to Chase Brown, keep the running game going, and see if you can't open up some deep looks for maybe Mitchell Tinsley in the play action game. Obviously, play action has been a big proponent of their success so far this year with Joe Flacco. So I'd love to see them try to commit to the running game and then try to take advantage of the mismatches there downfield and in the play action passing game. So yeah, it's been interesting, and some interesting scores from around the league as well, Andrew. I'm sure you're keeping up with it as we all are. Steelers lead the Bears 21-17. Giants are up on the Lions, but the Lions are fighting back. Giants lead 20-17 at halftime there in Detroit. Wan'Dale Robinson, 6 catches, 135 yards, and a touchdown. Packers lead the Vikings 10-6 as they are in the third quarter already on that one. Seahawks lead the Titans, no surprise there, 16-3. Colts lead the Chiefs 14-9 at halftime. Obviously one that Bengals fans are keeping their eyes on with the Chiefs in the wild card race. And then the Jets, they're ahead of the Ravens here in the third quarter. It's 7-3, a little bit of a defensive battle. Tyrod Taylor, 8 of 13, 103 yards and a touchdown. John Mechie, 4 catches, 59 yards and a touchdown for the Jets in that one. And looks like the Ravens are driving a bit, 2nd and 7 now on the Jets 15. But definitely interesting to see what's going on around that. So, look, I don't know. Joe Flacco, 9 of 15, 79 yards. Definitely hasn't looked great in this one. Let me ask you about that trick play, that kind of controversial call on 3rd and 23. The chat had some opinions on it. I have an opinion on it. What was your opinion on that call in 3rd and 23?
Well, one, when you run that, most of the time you'll see that the completed pass is a little bit further downfield. So that was a little odd to see that, but it's also 3rd and 23. I don't think you're really expecting to pick it up with that play call necessarily. And if that's something that you like, then why not use it in a more manageable situation? And obviously, 3rd and long, it would be a situation that you use it in, but 3rd and 23, I mean, it just gives the defense way too much time, I think, to react to that. But I was happy that he actually pulled out some sort of creativity, because we beg for that every game. It seems like we're asking for more creative plays, and it was creative. So you got to give him a little bit of credit there, and it almost worked. I just think in that situation with 23 yards to go that it's not the play call, because they just had way too much time the defense did to react to that and be able to make the tackle.
Yeah, no, I just don't understand in that situation. I love the design. I love the play.
Yeah.
It just doesn't necessarily make sense to me to run it on 3rd and 23, because the defense is going to be sitting back trying to prevent a first down. They're not worried about you completing a pass for 5 yards versus running that on a 3rd and 5 when the defense is up. They're trying to tackle you before you get the first down. Now, if you pitch it out to Chase Brown, you might have the entire field to go and try and pick up, even more yards. I mean, it definitely worked. It definitely a good play, but just felt like the wrong time to do it. So,
yeah, it just kind of feels like you burned it up too, right? Like you could have used that at some point in the game if that was something you were planning to install for this week. 3rd and 12, that's a great play call to run something like that. But yeah, just not the situation for it.
Yeah, I agree. Reed Mouse asked for a link in the chat, so we'll see if oh my God, here we go. Let's see. I don't know if I can put this. Can you see that, Andrew? I don't know if you can see the preview.
No.
You can't see previews. All right, we'll give them a chance. All right, we'll bring in the normal Chatterbox host for these Bengals watch-alongs live from Florida. Reed Aroo. What's up, Reed?
Man.
What do you mean you might not be able to let me in here? Like you sent me the
Let's take
link.
our names off so we can get the full. I didn't know you were going to be joining from the beach, shirt off. Look at that sunburn, man.
Is this still in my burnt yet? Listen, I'm not burnt like this offense is burnt right now. What's going on with this offense? I mean, Flacco stinks now. Flacco stinks.
We're seeing the Joe Flacco from the Cleveland Browns.
Right, and maybe the end of the Baltimore Ravens and the New York Jets too. I want the first 3 weeks. And Andrew, where is your razor? Did you lose your razor? What's going on there?
It's No Shave November, man. It's No Shave November. I'm growing it out. You don't like it?
It's to say I don't like it's an understatement. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Wow. No, I think it's just the camera. You if you saw it in person, you'd like it.
All right. As long as the girlfriend likes it, I'll see it on your TikToks. If you guys haven't followed Andrew on TikTok, it's a wonderful, wonderful TikTok excursion here. What are the
posts every 6 months? Yeah.
Let me ask you this, and then I've got to hop off here. Scale of 1 to 10. What are the odds we win this game?
3.
3. Craig?
Yeah.
I mean, 0. Is 0 in there?
Bro? I'll tell you what, I got us at a 6. I got us odds. That's our ball at half, right? Right?
Yep. Our ball at half.
Our ball at half. We take the lead. This defense is going to get us another turnover. Flacco's going to turn into Flacco for the first 3 weeks, and we're going to win this damn thing. We're going to do this whole thing.
I love the optimism, Reed. I really do. And I'll take your little subheader there, quote, might be drinking, into account when I listen to that 6 out of 10. I think that probably plays into it. Reed, any thoughts on what was your thought on the trick play? That's what we really need to know. Your thought on the trick play.
The hook and ladder?
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
On 3rd and 23.
Well, it didn't. Yeah. It's a good time to pull out something that might be successful, might help you at some point. It's funny because what game just used a hook and ladder? Was that Thursday night? Yeah, it was the Bills.
Yeah.
Literally, it's like they can't ever think of something themselves. They see it on national television on Thursday night. They're like, oh, that might work. Let's try that. Let's do that. Let's do that ourselves. Let's pull that.
Or they
out.
see it done to them. Like when they played the Bears and they were pulling out every trick play, and then they tried, they'll try a double pass at some point.
Right. Well, I think Zach Taylor in his career is 0 for 96 on double passes. So let's stay away from the double passes, the flea flickers, the quadruple reverses. If we want to do a hook and ladder, that's fine with me. Maybe a halfback pass, but
Joe Mixon, bring him back.
Yeah, we're going to bring Joe Mixon back. All right, I'm hopping off, guys. Just wanted to
all right, gents. Hello. Yep, kickoff. Taj Brooks takes it back out to the 31. We'll be back in just a second for the second action. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Reed. We'll see you later.
See ya.
All right, Taj Brooks on the return out to the 31-yard line. Bengals will start their drive there. And Flacco will start with a quick pass to T. Higgins, picks up 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7. Bengals looking to take a lead here against the Patriots. Flacco under center. Chase Brown in the backfield. Motion Charlie Jones to the top of the screen. Handoff to Chase Brown at the bottom of the screen. He'll pick up a couple. It'll be 3rd down. Appreciate you all tuning in again. If you're just joining for the first time, this is Chatterbox Bengals. We do this every single game. We'll be live again on Thursday night for the Bengals and the Ravens right here on Chatterbox YouTube. We take you on play-by-play and live reaction from every single game. Plus, we give you a breakdown afterwards as well. Got lots of content here on the Chatterbox Sports YouTube page. Make sure you follow and give us a like. All right, Flacco in shotgun on 3rd and 5. Drops back to pass. He's getting pressured now. Gets away from Chason and then throws it away. as he's being slung down, 4th down and 5. And the Bengals will punt to start the second half. Drew Sample was in the backfield to help block, and the Patriots ran a stunt, and Sample went with one guy, and Chason came around the other, and both guys got through, if we're being honest. Oof, not a good rep from the Bengals on that one. 3 and out to start the second half is exactly what we drew up, isn't it? Rico's punt from his own 25 gets fielded at the... No, doesn't get fielded. Receiver lets it go. It'll drop down at the 7-yard line. What a punt from Rico. Lands at the 7, bounces back towards the Bengals, and it is downed inside the 10. Patriots will take over there for their first drive of the second half. Nice punt by Rico. Well, Gesicki started off hot and then hasn't done anything since that first drive. He had three catches on like the first drive and hasn't done anything since. You said it, felons, not me. But I agree with you. Not a great start to the second half for the Bengals. 3-yard pass, 3-yard run, incompletion, punt. At least it was a good punt. Give him that. We have some of the best special teams players in the NFL. Well, I don't know. McPherson's having a much better year than he had last year, that's for sure. Rico's had his moments. I still think he's got too many touchbacks, but done much better. Zach Taylor is a terrible head coach, but he would be great as an offensive coordinator, not going to lie. Probably true. I just want him away from personnel. I think that's honestly the biggest thing that's like set Zach Taylor back, is that his decisions from personnel perspective. And you can say Duke Tobin's involved there, and he probably is, but I have said before, I firmly believe that Zach Taylor is heavily involved in personnel decisions, and I think that's been a real setback for him in terms of his growth and success. So as long as they can get him away from that draft room, then maybe Zach Taylor has a chance to be decent somewhere. All right, Bengals went 3 and out on the opening drive of the second half. Patriots take over deep in their own territory at their own 10-yard line. Henderson is a lone back. Drake Maye under center. Hands it off to Henderson, who's met in the backfield. Joseph Osai tackles him for a loss. Henderson hasn't been able to get things going. He broke off a number of long runs over the last couple of weeks in the lead back role. Hasn't been able to really get things going yet here today. It'll be interesting to see how they try to get him more incorporated, I guess, as they try and extend this lead. 2nd down and 11. Drake Maye in shotgun, flanked by Henderson. Maye back to pass, looking right. Broken up. Dax Hill on the coverage. Knocks it away from Mac Hollins. 3rd down and 11. Bengals defense has played much better this game. I will give them that. There have been lapses. We saw the touchdown earlier to Hunter Henry. That was certainly a lapse defensively, but in general have been much better. They've gotten pressure on Drake Maye. They haven't given up anything to the receivers. DJ Turner and Dax Hill have looked much better. So Maye back to pass on 3rd and 11. He's going deep down the middle of the field. Caught. Drake Maye found Demario Douglas deep down the middle of the field. Bengals were in zone coverage. They had a linebacker on Demario Douglas, and Douglas was able to get past him and catch that ball at the 45 for a gain of 37 yards. Now they'll run an end around. They'll hand it off to Douglas again, and he's got a big hole off the left-hand side. Tripped up, falls forward, picks up a first down, and the Patriots are in business yet again. The end around to Douglas. Osai on the over pursuit. Left the end open. First and 10 now at the Bengals 40. Henderson, the lone back. Maye under center. Play action pass. They're going deep down the left side. And Dax Hill is going to get called for pass interference on Boutte. Haven't seen Boutte's name yet, but they went deep for him on that one. And Dax Hill, unnecessarily really, with the pass interference, but he didn't know that the ball would be so poorly thrown, I'm sure. Boutte really had no chance at getting to that ball, if we're being honest, but Dax Hill hand fighting and then basically tackling him at the 5-yard line. So the Patriots will get the ball deep in the Bengals territory. It'll be officially marked at the 5-yard line. Henderson flanked to the left of Drake Maye. Maye fakes the handoff to Henderson and he'll take it himself, but there's no receiver there. He just flips it into the end zone and throws it away. Live to play another day. 2nd and goal from the 5. Not sure if that was supposed to be a designed quarterback run and the Bengals just stayed home on it, or if a receiver just wasn't able to get open on it. But either way, nothing there for Maye on first down. It'll be 2nd and goal now with 11:11 to play in the 3rd quarter. Maye will go under center. Motion Douglas. Fake the flip out to Henderson. Now he'll toss it out to Henderson. Henderson makes one man beat before getting tackled at the 1. What will the Patriots do here? 3rd and goal at the 1-yard line. Screen pass out to Henderson, picks up 4. Demetrius Knight Jr. on the tackle. Will they run it? Will they try to throw it? Will they go for it on 4th if they don't get it on 3rd? I think you probably try to run it here, see if you can punch it in, and then probably go for it on 4th. But we'll see what the Patriots and Mike Vrabel decide to do. Drake Maye, Hunter in motion. He'll line up at the end of the line. 2 seconds on the play clock, and Drake Maye will call timeout. Timeout, Patriots. 3rd down and goal from the 1-yard line. Either Drake Maye didn't like what he saw or saw that the play clock was getting down low. Yeah, we haven't really seen the Patriots going deep up until now, and that pass to Demario Douglas and then the deep shot to Boutte, certainly backbreakers, it felt like, but we'll see. So here we go. 3rd and goal, 10:23 on the clock. Drake Maye under center. Ramondre Stevenson in the backfield. Not even Ramondre Stevenson. They'll fake the handoff. Drake Maye will roll out to the right. He'll throw it back across his body to Hunter Henry. It's incomplete, broken up by Giles Harris. And it'll be 4th and goal from the 1. What will they do? It was Jennings in the backfield. They faked the handoff to him. Drake Maye rolled out to his right. Oh, man. Giles Harris fell in coverage, but was able to recover quickly enough. They will line up to go for it. Drake Maye under center. 2 men up top. 2 tight ends right. Motion Stevenson into the backfield. Fake it to him. They'll throw it out left. Incomplete. Flag on the play, though. They tried to get to Boutte. Flag down in the end zone on the coverage. And it looks like the Patriots are going to have 1st and goal from the half-yard line after a likely holding or pass interference call against the Bengals. I'll show back of the jersey. Be an easy call. Pass interference in the end zone means that the ball, I guess, half the distance to the goal. And it'll be 1st and goal from the half-yard line for the Patriots as they look to try and punch this win and extend their lead. Clear holding on the play. Goal line personnel now in for both teams. Who's going to be the running back for the Patriots? Selfishly, I hope it's Henderson. It's not. It's Jennings again. Motion Hooper. Hand is to Jennings. He won't get in. Piled up. Blow the whistle. Man, they let that play go way too long. Looked like he lost one on the play. It'll be 2nd and goal from just outside the 1. 17-13, Patriots lead. Jennings really ran into his own guy, but ultimately stuffed by Knight and we'll say Carter. 2nd and goal now from the 1.5-yard line. Henderson now in the backfield. Motion Henry down to the bottom of your screen. Drake Maye under center. Fake the handoff to Henderson. Wide open Hunter Henry, back corner of the end zone. Another flag? They haven't put a flag graphic up, but the back judge was certainly running in, or the side judge, whoever that was running in as if there was a flag on the play, probably an offensive pass interference based on how it was going. Mac Hollins ran a crossing route and ran right into Dax Hill, but he was running a route. I don't actually think that's a penalty. I don't actually know if that's a penalty. Oh, they're going to call pass interference on the offense. There it is. Pass interference, number 13 on the offense. As a Bengals fan, I will honestly say I disagree with that call. I think Mac Hollins did what he was supposed to do. He was running a route, a crossing route nonetheless. Ran into Dax Hill and was flagged for the pass interference. Taj Brooks being evaluated for a concussion. His return is questionable in this one. So back the Patriots up. It'll be 2nd and goal now from the 11. Fake the handoff to Henderson. Pitch it inside to Hunter Henry, and he's going to scramble down to the 1-yard line. A gain of 10 for the tight end. After the touchdown to Henry was waved off, they went right back to him. Little inside pitch after the fake handoff, and Henry able to pick up 10 yards before being tackled by Knight all the way down inside the 1-yard line. 3rd and goal yet again for the Patriots from the 1. 17-13. Under 9 minutes to play. Drake Maye looks like he doesn't have a call. 10 seconds on the play clock. Are the Patriots going to have to burn another timeout? They do. Patriots call their 2nd timeout of the half, less than 7 minutes into the half. So it'll be 3rd and goal from the 1. If you haven't already, make sure you drop a like on the stream. Certainly appreciate it. Helps us get it out there even more people to see it. All right, here we go. 3rd and goal, just outside the 1. It'll be Stevenson in the backfield, I formation. Patriots bring in, I can't tell who that is, a tight end in the backfield. They'll hand it to Stevenson. He'll get met in the backfield by Geno Stone and tackled for no gain. 4th and goal now from the 1. Look at this Bengals D. Mike Vrabel shaking his head. I'm shaking my head. What is this? Bengals D. Patriots offense going to stay on the field. 4th and goal from the 1. The crowd on their feet, making noise. Drake Maye, shotgun. Ramondre Stevenson flanked to his right. 4 wide, motion Henry. Handed to Stevenson. He met in the backfield. He doesn't get it. Bengals defense steps up. 4th down stop. Geno Stone again. When did Geno Stone learn to tackle? Wow. How about that? Wow. Geno Stone came flying into the backfield and got Stevenson before he got into the end zone. Bengals take over at their own 1-yard line, but man, how about that? Who would have thought the Bengals defense would be the highlight of the game? Wow. Ben Riley with a super chat. Appreciate your support, Ben, as always. Probability is the share of all outcomes that succeed odds. Odds compare successes to failures. Likelihood informally means chance, but in statistics measures how well a model explains data. Odds do not equal 1. I don't know what the hell you're saying. You're probably making fun of me for saying that I have 0 chance or 0 confidence in the Bengals' chances here, but I got to tell you, man, I still don't trust it. Who has scored TDs so far? Well, for the Bengals, it's been Geno Stone. That's it on the Bengals side. For the Patriots, it's Hunter Henry and a defender. So not a lot offensively in this game, if we're being completely honest. Wow, what a stop for the Bengals defense. How about it? Get some likes in the chat for that Bengals defense stepping up on 4th down and goal from the 1. The Patriots had how many chances at goal to go scenario on that one? Let me pull it up. Patriots, here we go. 1st and goal at the 5, incomplete. 2nd and goal at the 5, 4-yard pass. 3rd and goal at the 1, incomplete. 4th and goal at the 1, penalty. 1st and goal at the 1, 0-yard run. 2nd and goal at the 1, 10-yard penalty. 2nd and goal at the 11, 10-yard pass. 3rd and goal at the 1, 0-yard run. 4th and goal at the 1, 0-yard run. Bengals defense steps up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plays on goal to go scenarios in that drive. Bengals keep the Patriots off the board. Excuse me. How about that? We'll see what the Bengals can do, though. It's 1st and 10. They spot the ball at the 2, so that gives them a little bit of room to work with, but not much. They'll hand it up to Chase Brown, and he's got plenty of room. He's all the way out to the 14. Pickup of 12 for the Bengals running back on 1st down. And now the Bengals are out of trouble of the safety. Chase Brown with the big gain. Chase Brown having himself a day. 12 yards on that one. And now Chase Brown for the day. 14 carries, 91 yards. Already over or almost to his 100-yard yards from scrimmage, which he's done 4 straight times. So we'll see if he can do that yet again. Flacco fakes the handoff to Brown. Flacco throw in, has Yoshi. Yoshi stumbles out of bounds after picking up the first down, and it's yet another Cincinnati Bengals first down. Yoshi ran the crossing route and was wide open behind the Patriots linebacking crew all the way out. Looked like to the 31. Gain of 17 on the play for Yoshi. And the Bengals offense is in business. Brown, the lone back. Keep in mind, Taj Brooks is being evaluated for concussion. Hand to Brown. He picks up a chunk yet again. Chase Brown. Up near 98 yards now on the day. Picks up 6 officially. It'll be 2nd and 4. We get a game break. DJ Moore wide open for the touchdown in Chicago. They lead Pittsburgh 24-21 in the third. Second and 4. Chase Brown on the day, 98 yards. Flacco under center, trips to the right. Motion Yoshi down to the bottom of the screen, back up to the top of the screen. They'll flip it to Chase Brown. Poor flip, almost mishandled. Fights to get back to the line of scrimmage, and it'll go down there. It'll be 3rd down and 4. Looked ugly from the start on that one, but Chase Brown did his best to make sure that they didn't lose yardage. Ooh, almost missed that flip. Tackled by Spillane. All right, it'll be 3rd down and 4. Flacco out of shotgun, flanked by Drew Sample. Throws it over the middle to Mitchell Tinsley, but there were 4 Patriots around him. And a poor pass will mean that the Bengals will punt yet again. Promising drive start ends in disappointment. Jalen Hawkins nearly had the interception, but was run into his own man by Robert Spillane. And a poor pass by Joe Flacco results in the Bengals needing to punt. Flacco's going to have to figure something out. We're going to need him. I know the running game's looking really good right now, but you have to have a passing game too. Not a great punt from Rico. It goes out of bounds right around the 26. Patriots will take over there with just under 5 minutes to play in the third quarter. Patriots lead 17-13. Reed. Don't get me worked up again, man. It was enough. I was mad enough as it was yesterday when they announced or that was reported that Joe wasn't going to play today. Burrow absolutely should have been your starting quarterback today, and it's not even close. Not even close. Let's check in on my fantasy teams, y'all. Let's see how things are going. My work league, which is a traditional fantasy league, I'm up 74.2 to 61.06. Ramondre St. Brown, 5 catches, 96 yards, and a touchdown has got me 20.6 points. Emmanuel Wilson, 105 yards and 2 touchdowns has got me 26.3 points. Shout out to him. Tyler Warren, 5 catches for 45. So not too shabby. Appreciate that. I have a 81% probability of winning according to ESPN. So shout out ESPN for the faith. Meanwhile, my guillotine league not looking nearly as hot. Let's see. Oh, stepping up, projected to be 5th out of 7 now. Jordan Love has not done anything, 3.52 points. Justin Jefferson has done nothing, 4.2 points. Travion Henderson has done nothing, 2.5 points. And yet somehow I'm not projected to be chopped. I don't understand it, but I will take it. Looks like somebody else is suffering worse than me somehow. Now I look at the sleeper guillotine league, and I'm projected 5th out of 7 there as well, 69.92 points. Josh Allen got me 10. Hunter Henry has me 16. Shout out to him. Amon-Ra has me 20. Aaron Jones 7.3. David Montgomery 6.7. So there we go. People want him to tank for Caleb Downs, who I saw yesterday was called the surest pick of the draft this year. So shout out to Caleb Downs and the Ohio State Buckeyes. A easy win yesterday over Rutgers before the big game. Patriots take over at the 24. 17-13 is their lead. They pitch it out to Travion Henderson. He's met at the line by Osai, but Osai can't bring him down. Bengals rally around Henderson and take him down after a gain of 2 or 3. Ben with another super chat. Appreciate you, Ben. Say whatever you want about Flacco, but regardless of if he plays amazingly or poorly, he always throws a very pretty, very catchable ball. If you say so. That ball to Mitchell Tinsley certainly wasn't catchable. That's for sure. The latest mock I saw had Caleb Downs going like 7 or 8, but I know mocks mean nothing, so we'll see. What we got? Another injury timeout? I missed it. Yep. Yeah, Will Campbell injured on the play. That's the 3rd Patriots offensive lineman. And they're checking out Campbell's right leg. It was catchable by the Pats DB. Yep, 100%. And then Robert Spillane ran into him and made him drop it. Will Campbell, the promising rookie offensive lineman for the Patriots, is the cause for the delay. Seahawks now lead 30-10. Let's go around the league real quick. Bears lead the Steelers 24-21. That with 5:08 to play in the third. Giants still lead the Lions 20-17. Looks like the Lions are driving, though, 3rd and 11 at the Giants 20. So that one looks at least. Oh, no, Jared Goff pass intercepted. Giants take over at the 12-yard line, at the 15-yard line. So Giants in danger of getting tied up at worst. Instead, throw the interception. They lead 20-17 in Detroit. Packers, on the other hand, they're dominating the Vikings 20-6. Mentioned Emmanuel Wilson already. He's got 25 carries on the day, 105 yards and 2 touchdowns. Justin Jefferson just 3 catches for 41 in that one. The Seahawks lead the Titans 30-10. No real surprise there in Nashville. Sam Darnold, 236 yards and 2 touchdowns in that one, both of them to Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's got 8 catches, 167 yards and 2 touchdowns. Shout out to the number 1 fantasy wide receiver in the game right now, JSN. Colts lead the Chiefs 20-9, but it looks like the Chiefs are driving at the end of the third quarter there in Kansas City. And the Ravens, they've taken a 17-10 lead after 14 third quarter points for the Ravens. That one now early in the fourth. Back in action now in Cincinnati. It's 2nd down and 6, under 5 minutes to play. Drake Maye back to pass. He's throwing left. He's got Boutte. Boutte tackled almost immediately by Dax Hill, but it's enough for a first down. Pickup of 9 on the play. Really am surprised that the Patriots haven't run the ball more. I mean, selfishly, as a Henderson owner, I would have liked to see that, but also just Interesting that they haven't tried to take advantage more of this Bengals soft defense. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 37. Drake Maye, play action to Henderson. He rolls out to the right, throws it back. That to Austin Hooper for a short gain. Picks up 4, 2nd down and 6. FC Cincinnati game, I believe, starts at 5. Lionel Messi in town for that one. That's exciting. 2nd and 6 from the 41. Drake Maye in shotgun, flanked by Henderson. Maye throwing down the right side of the field. Mac Hollins reaches up and he's got it. Dax Hill in coverage yet again. Flag on the play. I have to imagine it's on Dax Hill. It'll be declined. Mac Hollins pushed. Did Mac Hollins push off? They're really picking on Dax Hill for sure. It is. Pass interference on Dax Hill. It'll be declined, though. And Mac Hollins picks up a 24-yard gain out of bounds at the Cincinnati 35. Dax Hill definitely held on to him. Dax Hill getting picked on in man coverage for sure. On the other side, Juan Drago Turner has shut down Stefon Diggs. They'll hand the ball to Henderson to start this 1st down. Picks up 6, falls forward, and it'll be 2nd and 4. 3 minutes now to play in the 3rd quarter. Bengals defense needing yet another stop to try and stay in this one. Touchdown would give the Patriots an 11-point lead. Field goal keeps it at a touchdown. Maye in shotgun. Henderson to his right. Maye looking left, immediately met. Unbelievable. Bengals get the sack. How about that? Immediately in the backfield was Jalen Davis on the corner blitz. Drake Maye had no time. Davis came in untouched and was able to close it out. Cedric Johnson also got into the backfield after Jalen Davis met Drake Maye. Big loss for the Patriots. It'll now be 3rd and 12. Shotgun for Maye. Pressured again by Osai. Gets away. Tosses it over the middle. It's completed. Hunter Henry right at the 1st down sticks. Will they give it to him? No. It'll be short. 4th down and short. They're going to mark it 3 yards short. Certainly didn't look 3 yards short, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Will Campbell being carted back to the locker room, towel over his head. Not good for the Patriots. 3 offensive linemen at some point have gone down injured in this one. Borregales in for this field goal attempt from 45 yards. Kick is up and right down the middle. Patriots take a 20-13 lead. 1:04 to play here in the 3rd quarter. Bengals needing a touchdown. Can Zach Taylor and Joe Flacco combine to get points on the board? Bengals offense yet to score a touchdown in this one. Their touchdown was a Geno Stone pick 6. So for everybody that was asking, can Joe Burrow play defense? No, but I'd sure love Joe Burrow to be playing offense right now. Sure would. I agree, J-Rev. Just line up under center and run the ball. They've been successful running the ball today. They really have. Bengals on the ground. 19 carries, 107 yards, good for 5.6 per pop. Chase Brown, 16 carries, 97 yards, good for 6.1. Popped a 21-yarder. Kickoff from the Patriots is going to be fielded by Charlie Jones at the goal line. Jones brings it up the right side and will be forced out of bounds before reaching the 25. Bengals will take over there as they look to get points on the board offensively. Haven't done it in a long time. Who's dirty? Get out of here, K-Ma. Get out of here. Here we go. Flacco and shotgun hands it off to Chase Brown up the middle, pushing the pile forward, and he's going to gain 5. And just like that, the Bengals running game is doing what the Bengals running game has done for the last 3 or 4 weeks. They pick up 5 on the ground. Did you watch the replays? I don't think they purposefully took out any of your offensive linemen. Get out of here. Flacco and shotgun again. 2nd down and 5. 20 seconds to play in the quarter. Flacco looking to pass. He's got Chase Brown over the middle. Catches it and immediately tackled. Just short of the first down. It'll be 3rd down and 1 as the Bengals look to convert a first down here before the end of the 3rd quarter. Clock ticking out. And that'll be the end of the 3rd quarter. Hold up your 4s. Bengals, Patriots, end of 3. Oops. Hey, Craig, do you think the money we're spending on Burrow, Chase, and Higgins might be hurting us when it comes to building a competent defense? No, I think Zach Taylor and Duke Tobin are hurting us when it comes to building a competent defense. They've got plenty of money to spend if they want to. They choose not to. And, oh, by the way, they can't draft first. So here we go. 4th quarter. Bengals need a touchdown, preferably on this drive. I just don't think that they're going to go out and spend a ton of money on a defensive player anyway, but I don't think that the money that they've paid their playmakers on offense have anything to do with that. I just think that they're terrible at drafting. My arm's getting tired, but we got to hold it up the whole way. Yeah, 100% it's on the draft. Is this a Hunger Games thing? I don't know. I've never seen it. Or is it this? This? I don't know. Whatever. What does that have to do with anything? You asked if the money had anything to do with it, and it doesn't. Burrow being healthy has nothing to do with the Bengals' ability to build a defense. Ooh, easy there, Cam. Cam Ward just tried to go up and over, fell on his head. Into the end zone, though. 30-17 Seahawks over the Titans. When will the defense be fixed? Whenever they get rid of Zach Taylor. All right, 3rd and short. Give is to Chase Brown. Picks up the first down. Isaiah Hodgins with his second touchdown of the day. Oh, no, Jameis Winston. I just looked up and saw someone dancing with a touchdown. Jameis Winston with a touchdown. All right, T. Higgins out in the flat. Picks up 8. Come on, baby. 2nd and 2. Oh, it was a pass to Jameis Winston. Oh, my God. And it was a wide receiver reverse that then turned and threw it back to Winston. 30-plus yard touchdown for the Giants. They now lead the Lions 27-17. How about that? All right. Give is to Brown. Stopped after a gain of 2. And it'll be 3rd and 1 at the 45. Got to pick up the first down. Got to pick it up. Here we go. 3rd and 1. Flacco under center. Fakes the handoff to Brown. Looking deep. No one there. Throws it underneath to Chase Brown. Bounces off his shoulder pad. Incomplete. I would assume that since they were looking deep, it's because they're going for it on 4th and 1 regardless. And they are. Tried to get a deep play there on 3rd and 1. Tried to catch the Patriots sleeping. Now they'll turn around and try to go for it on 4th and 1. That wasn't on Flacco. It hit off Chase Brown's shoulder. Deep ball just wasn't there that they were looking for. Honestly, if anything, I would have preferred Flacco just throw it into the ground at Chase Brown because there were like 4 Patriots around him, but whatever. All right, Flacco in the shotgun. Tanner Hudson under center. Trying to get them to jump off sides, and instead they take a delay game. Why are you going deep on 3rd and 1 if you're not going to go for it on 4th and 1? We're going to fake this punt. Fake the punt. Do it, Zach. Fake the punt. Oh, no, not now that you took the delay of game. Never mind. 4th and 6. I lied. If you took the time out there, maybe you take the punt on 4th and 1. But instead, they take the delay of game. Ryan Rico punts it away. It'll be fielded. No, it won't. It'll bounce into the end zone for a touchback. And a change of 20 yards of field position. I hope it was worth it, Zach. I hope it was worth it. Why? Just go for it at that point. They're not going to bench Flacco. Did you watch Jake Browning those weeks? They're definitely not benching Joe Flacco. No chance. They should have benched Joe Flacco and started Joe Burrow is what they should have done. They don't need to take a pay cut. They just need to restructure it into guaranteed money. They can still pay them what they're paying. Yeah, why wouldn't you just run? You've picked up 5 yards per carry on the run and you don't go for it on 3rd and 1 on the ground. And then you turn around and don't go for it on 4th and 1. Dumb. This whole thing is dumb. Terrible coaching. Can we stop with the Burrow hate? Like, he's paid what he's supposed to be paid. He's not even the highest paid quarterback in the league, and you guys think he's overpaid? top 3 quarterback in the league without a question in my mind. And we're worried about what we're paying him. Get out of here. Well, it goes back to what we talked about last week against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't necessarily know if it's Joe Flacco's fault that Zach Taylor can't scheme up a play to save his life. Why not do a QB sneak if you got 3 to 4 yards, not even 2 plays ago? Listen, I don't know why you wouldn't do a QB sneak. I don't know why you wouldn't just hand the ball to Chase Brown to pick up 5 yards like he's done every play this year or this week. There's a lot of questions in my mind. I don't understand what they're doing, if I'm being completely honest. Jake is not an upgrade over Flacco. You know who is an upgrade is Joe Burrow. Patriots take over at the 20. 1st and 10 from there. Bengals in zone defense. Drake Maye under center. Looks like Henderson's the running back. They'll hand it to him. He'll fall forward for 3. Flag on the play. It's going to be against the Patriots. Ben Brown. He's overpaid when you look at money per game played. That's not how you pay people, but okay. Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown. 1st and 20 from the 10. Drake Maye fakes the handoff to Henderson. Throws it over the middle. He's got a tight end yet again, Hunter Henry. All the way out past the 30 for a 1st down. And yet again, tight ends kill the Cincinnati Bengals. Pickup of 23 on the play, we'll call it. 1st down at the 33. Drake Maye back again to pass. Has his receiver open. Goes down immediately. It's Boutte. Pick of Zia Kema. Pickup of 6. Maye hands it to Henderson. He's got a hole. Big gain for the running back. Picks up 7 on the play. And it's going to be a 1st down for the Patriots. Henderson now on the day up to 45 yards on the ground. He's added another 15 through the air, 60 yards total. Handoff goes to Henderson again. Up the middle. Hits Cedric Johnson square on. Falls forward, picks up 5. And this is where you start to worry about this Bengals defense as the Patriots look to try to milk the clock. Running the ball more now. Will they try a play action deep pass to Boutte? Will they run the ball more and try to control the clock? Boutte not even on the field. Confusion by the Patriots. 10 seconds on the play clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, ball away. Drake Maye back in shotgun. Throws left. Got a receiver wide open. Oh, wow. Barrett Carter just barely saved a touchdown there. Isaiah Williams. Isaiah Williams is with the Patriots now? What is happening? Isaiah Williams went from the Bengals to the Jets, and now he's with the Patriots? I didn't even catch that. Well, Williams, for the second time in a few weeks, burning his former team. Patriots all the way down to the Bengals 31. 1st down, 10 minutes left to play in the game. Henderson deep in the backfield. Drake Maye. Play action pass. Nowhere to go. 1 missed sack by Cedric Johnson. Throws it downfield. Incomplete, out of bounds. Intended for Ramondre Stevenson. Second down. What's the first thing you would do with this team if you could? Fire Zach Taylor. Like weeks ago, years ago, maybe. Never even hire him to begin with. I don't know. Drake Maye, shotgun, fakes the screen pass. It's not there. He'll run it around the right end all the way down for a first down. Yet another chunk gain by the Patriots. This time, Maye picks up 12 on the scramble. Defense did their job to guard against the screen pass, but left Maye unguarded on the edge afterwards, allowing him to pick up 12. Maye will be under center now. Hands it off, up the middle again. Nowhere to go. Maybe gains 1. I've been surprised at how much they've run it up the gut. I feel like, it was Stevenson. But I feel like Henderson has breakaway speed that if you ran it to the outside, then maybe you'd be able to get something going. But instead, they've been running up the gut a whole lot. And I'm not sure if that's the way to beat this Bengals defense. Jameis Winston just threw an interception, so the Lions take the ball back after just giving it away. Second down and 9. 62-yard drive by the Patriots already. They're at the Bengals 18. 8 minutes and change to play. Fake the handoff. Pass over the middle to Hunter Henry. He's wide open. Dax Hill. Nope. Geno Stone unable to bring him down. Jordan Battle lends a hand. And Hunter Henry is slow to get up now as he picks up the first down and another chunk for this Patriots offense. 14-yard gain now for Henry. All the way down inside the 5. Took a blow from Jordan Battle for sure, but still fell forward. He pushed off on Geno Stone. Acted like he was blocking and pushed Geno Stone away. That was more than a yard down the field, too. I think realistically, that was potentially offensive pass interference, but it wasn't called. And now looks like Joseph Osai is down for the Bengals on a knee with trainers tending to him. BJ Hill complaining for a pass interference, it looks like. Osai to his feet and walking off under his own power. Looks like he'll be okay, hopefully. But the Patriots will have it first and goal at the 4. Last time the Patriots had the ball down here, they had 9 plays in goal-to-go scenario, and the Bengals were able to step up and get the stops. We'll see what happens on this drive. Kyle Hamilton limping off for the Ravens. Looks to be in some pain. Star safety throws his helmet away. So we'll see what's up there. Stevenson, the lone back. Maye under center. Play action pass rolling out to Hooper, incomplete. Second and goal from the 4. That's 10 straight goal-to-go plays that the Bengals haven't allowed a touchdown. Can they keep the streak going? Patriots win probability up to 96% right now, according to ESPN. Maye in shotgun. Henderson to his left. Maye audibling at the line. Hands it off to Henderson. Henderson powers forward. Near the goal line. Did he get in? Did he get in? No, he's going to be marked down just shy of the goal line. Looked like he might have extended the ball out over the line as he was going down. I'm not sure if he got it across or not, but no, he's going to be down just short. Good spot by the refs, by the officials. Extended it after he was already down. It'll be 3rd and goal now. 11 straight plays for this Bengals defense. 3rd and goal. Can they come up with a 12th straight goal to go stop? Drake Maye under center for a tush push. And no call yet. They're trying to unbury him from the pile. No call. Looks like they're going to be marking him 4th down, just shy of the line. And Mike Vrabel calls for the field goal unit. Wow. Wow. This Bengals defense, 12 straight goal to go situations where they have held the Patriots out of the end zone. And they did, in fact, do it again on that one. Replay showing that Drake Maye never really got across. So Mike Vrabel will send out the field goal unit for the chippiest of chip shots. This ball literally sitting on the goal line for the Patriots. It'll be a 19-yard attempt. Is up and good. And the Patriots have a 10-point lead with 5:55 to play here in the game. 5:55 to play. That was is that right? 5 minute and 55 second drive? Even longer. That's unreal. 7 minutes and 6 second drive. They got the ball with 13 minutes to play. Held it all the way down under 6. So this Bengals offense will need 10 points in less than 6 minutes if they want to win this one. And no, you cannot blame the Bengals defense on this one. Don't forget that 7 of the Patriots points came off of that pick 6. Heck yeah, I'm trying to get those fantasy points. GG's, says Pete Crawley. Might be. But this is a game I thought that the Patriots might win by 20. So the fact that the Bengals have kept it this close, it says something. But again, we need to remember Joe Burrow could have been your starting quarterback today, and Zach Taylor made the decision not to go with Joe Burrow. I had Patriots -8. Well, right now it's shaping up okay, but if the Bengals go down and get a field goal, because they'll need a field goal at some point. So if they go down and get a field goal, then you might be in trouble. But yes, this is for sure an offensive issue. It's like a devil's bargain. We can only have 2 decent phases at a time. It's so true. When was the last time this Bengals team put together a full 3-phase effort? So let me get this straight. Bengals lose 2 games after scoring 400. It's a game, 400 yards a game, then loses 2 in a row, scoring less than 20 a game. Yep, that's accurate. None of those reporters will call Zach Taylor out for this fiasco. Correct. They will not. Hopefully we'll get some questions about why the decision was to go with Joe Flacco instead of Joe Burrow. I'd love to see him give some insight into that. Charlie Jones will field this one at the 3. He'll bring it out and be met at the 27. Stopped there. Bengals will take over on offense with 5:48 to play. And don't forget, we'll be right back here on Thursday night. I'll be with you for a special Thanksgiving edition of Chatterbox Bengals as the Bengals take on the Ravens on Thanksgiving night. I'll be here for a live play-by-play and live reaction show, as we always do. Reed Mouse will join me for pregame and for halftime, so that'll be fun. So you're telling me 2023 is the last time we had 3 complete phases, huh? It doesn't sound like a positive thing. Appreciate you, Skellington. We can all throw up turkey and stuffing watching the game. Great. Flacco out of shotgun. He's got Gesicki for the first down, pickup of 13, and out of bounds is Gesicki. Nice to see Gesicki get his first catch in a long time. And Joe Flacco comes to the sideline. He's got a dislocated finger. Oof. On the follow through, ran into a Patriots hand, and now Jake Browning is into the game. So everybody that wanted Jake Browning, here you go. Browning, scrambling, throwing. He's got Yoshivas for another first down and a pickup of 14. And now Yoshivas is down hurt. Oh, my God. Been a lot of injuries in this game. Yoshi holding his left leg, it looks like. Appears to be in some serious pain. Now maybe grabbing onto his shoulder. Let's see. Oof. Yeah, kind of crumpled up on the tackle. Flacco on the sideline. They're trying to tape together his fingers, it looks like. It was his throwing index finger, which is a pretty important one, I'm sure you all know. Especially when you're passing the ball. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if he's able to come back in. If not, it'll be Jake Browning. He was thrown on the sideline. Didn't look to be in too serious of pain, but I don't want to speak for him. We'll go to a commercial break and we'll see what happens when we come back. Meanwhile, the Giants looking to hold off the Lions. They lead 27-24 with 5 minutes to go in that game. Giants have the ball. Jameis Winston driving. And Joe Flacco back into the game. 4:59 to play. Clock rolling. Ball at the Patriots' 44-yard line. Flacco and shotgun. Patriots blitzing. Flacco throwing deep down the right side. T. Higgins tries to catch it one-handed. Can't come down with it. Now he's down injured, but it's going to be defensive pass interference. My guess is that's going to be a right shoulder injury for T. Higgins the way he fell on that one. And he's down, face down on the turf. Carlton Davis called with the pass interference. And T. Higgins now has several trainers all around him. Higgins almost caught that ball, but landed on his back. I'm wondering if he didn't get a concussion. Couldn't come down with the catch, but it'll be a long pass interference penalty for sure. The Bengals will have the ball deep in Patriots territory. 27-yard penalty takes the ball all the way down to the 17, if my math is correct. But we wait and see what happens to T. Higgins. That's what I'm seeing hard. It looked like Burton's inactive today. He can't get in. going to be Charlie Jones, Mitchell Tinsley, and Andre Oshavas, and Mike Gesicki. Burden's inactive, not an option. We'll wait and see what we find out about T. Higgins when we come back from commercial. No, I don't think it was on Flacco. Just the defensive back was all over him, and T went up to try and make the catch and couldn't brace himself because of all the contact. Either had the wind knocked out of him, which is certainly possible, but also possible that forced to the back of his head. So we'll see. Having no T. Higgins and no Jamar Chase for the rest of this game, though, might be a problem. Higgins immediately rolled over, face down on the ground after the pain. Ben, you had another super chat. Appreciate you, Ben. What did we do to deserve this? Have we mentioned tune in tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern for the Everybody Loves Raymond reunion special? A long break. I don't like this. All right. T. Higgins is going to be carted off, squinting and holding his head. I definitely think this is concussion related, but they are taking him off on the cart. Flacco now back in shotgun. He's aiming left. He's got a man. It's going to be Mitchell Tinsley for the touchdown, but hard to get excited right now. Mitchell Tinsley with the 17-yard fade route touchdown. For anybody that had Mitchell Tinsley anytime touchdown, make sure you cash that bet. Beat Christian Gonzalez man on man. And the Bengals are still alive. Sorry, I'm not getting excited after T. Higgins just went down with what looked to be a head injury. I apologize, but we'll get back into it here in a second. CBS didn't give me a whole lot of opportunity. They showed T. Higgins coming off on the cart and then immediately showed Joe Flacco in shotgun taking the snap. So, yeah. Shout out to Tinsley. Extra point is up and good. We'll go ahead and sing. I apologize again. Not getting excited about that, but shout out to Mitchell Tinsley for the touchdown. And here we go. Hear that Bengal growling, mean and angry. Here we come a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run past her boot, and defensively he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, get some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, we got a team right here in town, ain't gonna ever let us down. Who dey think gonna beat them Bengals? Who dey think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. They just showed the replay of the Joe Flacco injury, and his finger was definitely jacked up. I don't know if that's dislocated or broken, but did not look good. But was able to still float that one into Mitchell Tinsley for the touchdown, so we'll take it. All right, here's the kickoff. Fielded at the 4. Oh, no. Big return. Isaiah Williams out past the 40. Oh, man. 4:33 to play in the game. Bengals trail 23-20. Mitchell Tinsley just caught a 17-yard touchdown pass. The Bengals are alive. A lot of people had a Patriots -7, Patriots -8. Here we go. Mitchell Tinsley just scored. 23-20. Drake Maye, 21 of 32 on the day, 280 yards. He takes over at the 40. In shotgun. Handoff is to Henderson. Henderson's got a hole. Jordan Battle steps up and makes the tackle after a gain of 9. And gets up and celebrates as if we're happy that we just gave up 9. It's Kyle Williams. Why did their roster literally show me Isaiah? Let me refresh. Yeah, Kyle Williams, number 18. I don't know why it showed Isaiah earlier. They must have had the wrong Williams tagged on NFL.com. Apologize for that. It shocked me. It literally showed a picture of him in a Jets jersey, so I thought I was going crazy, but Kyle Williams nonetheless. Trevion Henderson picks up the first down, 2 yards on the gain. Patriots into Bengals territory. May in shotgun. Handoff is to Henderson, but it's blown dead before the play gets going. It's going to be a timeout, it looks like. Takes their final timeout of the game, 3 minutes and 4 seconds to go. Yeah, need a big hold here. Interception would be great, but I'm not sure they're going to throw the ball a whole lot. So the question is, how do we get a big stop here? Force a fumble, do something. Mike Vrabel looking to become the 3rd coach in New England history to have 10 wins in his first season with the team. Drake Maye under center now. Hand it off again. This time it's Ramondre Stevenson. He's got nowhere to go. The Bengals gang tackle right there at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd down and 10. Demetrius Knight Jr. on the tackle. Well, he wasn't available at the time. He was the head coach of Tennessee. I don't think he was even available when we hired Zach Taylor, right? I don't remember. I might be wrong. He was in Tennessee longer than that, wasn't he? Yeah, he was the head coach starting in 2018. So I think that was before Zach Taylor. Zach Taylor started in 2019. My math right? Yeah, 2019. So Vrabel went the year before. Maye's pass is incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down and 10. Dax Hill in the coverage on Mac Hollins. They've been going man on man with Dax Hill, and they've been trying to pick him apart. But last year Vrabel was with Cleveland. He was like a coaching assistant or whatever because he had been fired from Tennessee. So last year Vrabel was with Cleveland as an assistant, and then now he's the head coach at New England. If anything, New England should have just hired Vrabel last year, but instead they went with Gerard Mayo because he was the head coach in waiting for Bill Belichick. Maye back to pass on 3rd and 10 over the middle. He's got a man. It's going to be a first down. Demario Douglas picks up the first down, and that is a tough first down as the clock ticks down under 3 minutes here, and the Bengals will use their first timeout. DJ Turner in man coverage on that one. Couldn't keep up with Demario Douglas, and Douglas able to get behind the sticks and pick up the first down. And the Bengals are in desperation mode now. I mean, we should pick up Saleh now. There's no question in my mind right now. Like if the Bengals fire Zach Taylor, which I'm on the record that I would like them to, that Robert Saleh, I think, should be your first call, but not 100% sure if that will be the case or not. All right, so it'll be 1st and 10 for the Patriots, 2:51 on the clock after the Bengals timeout at the 36. They hand the ball off, and yet again, this Bengals run defense stands up, makes a tackle with a short gain. Henderson picks up maybe 1. 23-20 is your score, 2:37 now as the clock ticks. 2nd and 9, Zach Taylor will have to think about when to use his final timeout, maybe after this play before the 2-minute warning, make him run one more play on this side of the 2-minute warning. 2nd and 9. I formation for the Patriots. Mac Hollins, the lone receiver at the top of the screen. Motion Hunter Henry to the top of the screen as well. The handoff is to Henderson, and he gets swarm tackled yet again after a gain of 1 or 2. So it'll be 3rd down, but we've hit the 2-minute warning. So 3rd down and 7 after we get back from the 2-minute warning, unless they say that he got a timeout first. No, 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Bengals trail the New England Patriots 23-20. Patriots have the ball at inside the Cincinnati 35. Need something. At very minimum, you hold them here to a field goal. You got 1 timeout left, right? So you got 3rd down and 7. 3rd down and 7. A first down ends it. Third and 7. Do you go for the first down here and throw the ball, or do you just run the ball again? Maybe you pick up the first down, and if not, you force Cincinnati to take their final timeout, kick the field goal, go up by 6, and give the Bengals the ball back with 1:45. Need a stop. Stick around for the post-game show. Austin Layton will join me as we'll break this one down and talk about all the action and how we got there. I don't love Flores. I don't love him from a culture perspective. I mean, I'm sure he's learned a lot since his head coaching role with Miami, but I just don't love it culturally. I want a hard nose for sure, but I still want it to be someone that players want to play for. And I know Saleh would get people excited. If you throw Saleh in there with Burrow and Chase and Higgins, I think put an offensive coordinator around him and let him cook. I'm not saying I want a culture head coach, Blackmore. I want a head coach who has the ability to maintain a culture while still being hard-nosed and being able to coach. I don't think Gruden's ever going to coach again, guys. I know everybody keeps throwing out his name, but I think he's done, at least in the NFL. Too many opportunities for him to get a job so far. If he was going to get a job, he would have gotten it. Here we go. Patriots will line up in shotgun. 3rd down and 7. 2 minutes to go. Bengals showing pressure. Hunter Henry moves, comes back, Maye back to pass. Immediate pressure. Throw the ball. Knocked away by DJ Turner. 4th and 7. Bengals defense stands up. Gets the stop. Stefon Diggs couldn't come down with it. And now the New England Patriots will be forced to kick a field goal. And the Bengals will have the ball with a chance to win it. Jalen Davis and DJ Turner both there to break up that pass. This will be a 52-yarder. The kick is up, and it's pure. It's good. Patriots lead 26-20. Bengals will get the ball back. 1:51 left to play. Make sure you like the stream. Share it with your friends. Now's the time we need everybody in here. Let's go. Here comes Burrow. He's off the sidelines, coming in to save the day. Can Flacco do it? Patriots, winners of 8 straight. Bengals, losers of 4 straight. Can they pull off the improbable? And just a reminder, he's going to have to do it without Jamar Chase and without T. Higgins. I haven't seen an official update, but I don't think T. Higgins is coming back. Oh, ball falls off the tee. Here we go. Try it again. It'll be Brightwell from the 5. Met at the 25, fighting his way forward. He'll fall forward to the 28, maybe the 29, and the Bengals will start there. They'll have to go 71 yards if they want to win this one. They need a touchdown, trailing 26-20. Joe Flacco, Andre Yoshivas, Mike Gesicki, Mitchell Tinsley. Can they do it? They went 71 yards on 4 plays last time. Here we go. Flacco in shotgun. Looking to throw. Throw in down the right side. It's overthrown. Intended for Tinsley. Incomplete. 1:38 left on the clock. Just to show you I'm not crazy, people. Maybe it's too late. I don't know how to do this without messing everything up. But my roster is back to showing Isaiah Williams as number 18. Here we go. Flacco in shotgun again, 2nd down and 10. Throws right. He's got Tanner Hudson open. Hudson will be tackled after a gain of 9. It'll be 3rd down and short with the clock ticking under 1:30. Got to go quick. Do you run the ball and try and pick up the 1st down here with Chase Brown, or do you try and throw it again? Flacco in shotgun will drop back to pass. He's looking right. And incomplete, intended for Andre Yoshivas, and it'll come down to this. 4th down and 1, 1:14 to play. You pick up the 1st down or the game is over. There's no in between. Nice play there by Carlton Davis on the breakup. Flacco will be in the shotgun. Patriots showing pressure. The handoff goes to Chase Brown, who picks up the 1st down out to the 41-yard line. He'll be stopped there as the clock continues to tick. And Zach Taylor will use his final timeout, 1:07 to go. I don't know if I love that, but it is what it is. You had an incomplete pass. You easily could have called 2 calls there at the huddle Like, you didn't need to call a timeout. You could have just been ready to go with another play. It was a run play. It's not like you had to get everybody back. Like, everybody's at the line of scrimmage. But nonetheless, they'll reset the clock to 109. The Bengals will have it there. First down and 10 at the 41. $59 yards to go to glory. If you're the Bengals, you've kept it close defensively all game. Flacco in shotgun. Back to pass. Patriots bring in some pressure. It gets through. Flacco flushed out to the side. He'll throw it away. Incomplete. Live to fight another day. Second down and 10. 1:04 left on the clock. Not a good blitz pickup there by the running back. It looked like it was Brightwell in on that one. Was not Chase Brown, it didn't look like, which is interesting in its own right. All right, Flacco, shotgun. Chase Brown off to the left. They'll swing it out there for the screen pass. Chase Brown has to get out of bounds after a short gain of 2 or 3, and it'll be 3rd down and 7. Clock stands at just under a minute to play, 58 seconds to be exact. Patriots lead 26-20 on the field goal that they just hit. Bengals need a touchdown to keep this one alive. Meanwhile, the Giants and the Lions are going to overtime. How about that? Chiefs sending their field goal kicker out for a last-second field goal to tie that game up. Looks like a chip shot for them. Flacco throwing it deep down the left side. Nobody's there. And it's going to be 4th down and 7. I guess Yoshivas was intended. Chiefs kick is up and good. They'll go to overtime as well. 20-20 is your score between Indianapolis and Kansas City. I'm not sure what Flacco was doing there. He had men open underneath that he could have taken some yards and chunks, but instead he tries to go deep to Andre Yoshivas, who was pentuple cupboard. 4th and 7. Big play. Offense needs to step up. They have done next to nothing this entire game. Motion Tinsley to the bottom of the screen. 4 seconds left on the play clock. Snap. Patriots are bringing pressure. Flacco throws it right, and Tinsley comes down with it. Mitchell Tinsley with 2 big catches over the course of this last 2 drives. But they're going to say he was down in bounds, so the clock continues to tick. And he was. His right knee came down in bounds. 36, 35, 34. Flacco and shotgun back to pass again. Blown dead. 32 seconds on the clock when the play was blown dead. Looks like they're going to review it. Wow. After review, the runner was out of bounds. So they stopped the clock at 36 seconds instead. I think it's got to be even more than that. $47 seconds. There we go. He was out of bounds? Oh, he was never touched. He was never touched, so he was out of bounds. Yep. Mitchell Tinsley was never touched, so when he went down and then fell out of bounds, he was out of bounds. Clock stops at 47 seconds. So the Bengals have it at the 45-yard line. Patriots 45, 47 seconds to play. Flacco back to pass. Looking deep. Throwing over the middle. He's got receiver Andre Yoshivas for a big chunk, but the clock is ticking. Flacco's going to have to run up and spike this one. 34, 33. Flacco spikes it with 32. First down and 10. Now it'll be 2nd and 10. Big chunk for Andre Yoshivas. He picks up 19 yards down to the Patriots 26. Bengals in business. Here we go. 2nd down and 10 after the spike. Flacco in shotgun. Chase Brown to his left. They start the play clock. 32 seconds on the clock. Flacco motions out to his right with Tinsley. He's got a ton of space out there right now. Big cushion. They're going to throw the easy out route, and it's knocked away. That was predictable. Carlton Davis knocks that one away. He was able to read the out route pretty easily. I think once Flacco motioned out there, he knew it was coming, but it was a bad throw by Flacco anyway. Could have led Tinsley out of bounds to try and stop the clock, but the throw was behind him and allowed Carlton Davis to knock it away. 27 seconds left on the clock, and it's 3rd down and 10 for the Bengals. Flacco on the day, just 3 of 10 on 3rd down, 2 first downs. Here we go. 3rd down and 10. Flacco back to pass again. He's throwing over the middle of the field, and it's incomplete, intended for Tinsley, who's looking around for a flag. He doesn't get it. 4th down, final gasp yet again for this Bengals offense, looking to get a touchdown to keep this Bengals team and their season alive. Jahmyr Gibbs just busted a long touchdown run to start overtime in Detroit over the New York Giants. As a reminder, with the new overtime rules, the Giants still get a chance to get the ball back, but they'll do it trailing by 7, 34-27. Here we go. Flacco back to pass again. He's got pressure. He's throwing it out towards Gesicki, and that one is knocked away. No flag on the play. Bengals will lose 26-20. Jones knocked that one away. Gesicki wanted a flag, but he would not get it. Yep. I see what Gesicki was wanting. Jones had his arm around him, but was playing the ball and knocked it away, and that'll do it. The Patriots will kneel it down once, and they win this one 26-20. Stick around. We've got Austin Layton joining me in just a moment. We'll break all of this down and talk about it. Bengals lose 26-20. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Looks right around Huntley. He reaches. Oh, that ball's out. That's live. Back the other way. Sam Hubbard, the Cincinnati Kid. Hubbard's got a convoy. Chased by Andrews. At the 30, the 20. He will score. To the end zone. Down the field. And it is deflected. And gone. Touchdown. A.J. Green.
Goes back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown.
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good.
Corey Dillon. He's gone. The knockout punch. You're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20. Touchdown. And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Johnson's got it. Touchdown. Cincinnati. Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness. What a gear he just found. Case for the touchdown. Wow. Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
All right, welcome in everybody. Cincinnati Bengals post-game show here on Chatterbox Sports. Bengals lose to the New England Patriots 26-20. They fall to 3-8 on the season. Had a chance there at the end, Austin, but unable to come away with points to extend the game or to take the lead. I just talked about it for 3.5 hours, so I'll get your initial reactions to this one, Austin, and then we'll jump into it from there. Initial thoughts on the Bengals loss today.
Yeah, obviously a tough one. Had you asked me this morning if I thought it would come down to the final drive without, our top two receivers, I probably would never have guessed that. But a fun one. It sucks because we're at the point in the season where you can't really afford to have a fun loss. But it was good to at least see him be, competitive in the goal line stands by the defense. The pick six that we got was a little bit more fun than the one we gave up. But yeah, just a weird game. I mean, especially like the first quarter and a half, I think you could almost buy into the Kool-Aid a little bit of like, holy crap, we're kind of slowing down their offense. Our defense is figuring out ways to get off the field. You're kind of just waiting for the dam to break, so to speak. Joe Flacco throws a pretty bad pick six. And that, I mean, it's certainly a big play and kind of seemed like the turning point momentum-wise, but the Bengals found a way to stay in it. And then, I'll compliment them on that. Joe Flacco obviously getting the start is the whole topic in itself, but, he played okay enough to keep him in it. I think he obviously would even probably say that he had some missed opportunities as well, but made some big throws still, man. Played through a dislocated or broken finger, whatever the heck that was.
Yeah, that was nasty.
So, man, can't fault him for that, but I don't know. It was a lot closer than I thought, and I guess what the spread from Vegas was 7.5 or something going into the game, so right about that, I guess. Anyway, but I figured. I think I heard you guys talking pregame too. Like I didn't expect this one to be close at all. So the fact that it was fun at least, but still sucks to get the loss. Obviously, what are your initial thoughts? I know you probably have worked this out over the course of 3.5 hours, like you said, but
yeah. Well, I think the biggest surprise is the defense, right? I think you look at the score, and ultimately defense gives up 19 points on the day to the New England Patriots. I think a team that came into it with a rushing attack that was kind of working its way through with Trevion Henderson, and they never really got going on the ground. 31 carries for the Patriots in this one and only 107 yards, good for 3.5 per pop. That was a big factor in keeping this one close, was not allowing those big breakaway runs from Trevion Henderson that we've seen over the last several weeks. He has 5 total touchdowns in the last 2 games. Drake Maye didn't look good early, looked better as the game progressed, but early on looked really ugly. But yeah, yet again, the biggest thing that this defense has struggled with, and I don't know what the answer is at this point, is that they are unable to guard tight ends or running backs out of the backfield. You look at the numbers today, and Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper combined for 10 catches and over 150 yards. I mean, that's not a good recipe for success. And then you add in a number of catches out of the backfield by Henderson and by Stevenson, and it's just this tight end or this linebacking crew has been worked time and time again, and that's been a tough pill to swallow as well. And but they played well. I think at one point it was 12 straight goal-to-go plays that this Bengals defense held New England out of the end zone, and they weren't just like goal-to-go from the 10. I'd have to look at it, but like I think out of the 12, 8 of them were like inside the 5-yard line, if not more. And this defense really stood up and got the job done today. And you have to tip your cap to them because they've been much maligned, and a lot of people on the outside have been knocking them, and rightfully so. But today they did their job, and we'll talk about it in a little bit, but you got to wonder what this game looks like if you have Joe Burrow back there under center instead of Joe Flacco. But Bengals led after the first quarter. They got a Evan McPherson 54-yard field goal to give a 3-0 lead in the first quarter. They held the Patriots scoreless. And then in the second quarter, Geno Stone extends that lead to 10-0 after he returns an interception 32 yards to the house. 10-0, the Bengals led at that point. Hunter Henry caught a 28-yard touchdown pass from Drake Maye to make it 10-7 before Marcus Jones picked off Joe Flacco on a screen pass and returned it 33 yards to the house. Patriots led 14-10 at that point and never really looked back. They got a 41-yard field goal to make it 17-10. And then Evan McPherson hit a 63-yard field goal before the half to make it 17-13. In the third quarter, only 3 points on the board. New England got a 45-yard field goal. Their lead was 20-13 heading into the fourth quarter. They would add, after those big goal line stands, a 19-yard field goal after a 7-minute drive to go up 23-13. And then Mitchell Tinsley was found in the end zone for a 17-yard touchdown from Joe Flacco to bring the Bengals within 3. They'd give up a 52-yard field goal to Borregales again, 26-20, and that would be your final after the Bengals unable to make that final drive. Leaders on the day for the Bengals, obviously Joe Flacco from a passing perspective, 19 of 37, 183 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. That's way too similar to last week's line where he threw for 199 yards and a touchdown and an interception. Chase Brown, 19 carries, 107 yards. Would have liked them to use him more. From the receiving core, Yoshi led the way, 4 for 61. Gesicki, 4 for 35. T. Higgins, just 5 for 31. He ended up leaving the game with what's believed to be a concussion. So we wait and see official word on his status as we look for Jamar Chase to come back next week. Mitchell Tinsley, only 2 catches, but they were big ones, a 17-yard touchdown and then a 12-yard first down there on that final drive. Chase Brown added 2 catches out of the backfield for 23 yards. So, look, I'm going to start with the same conversation we had in pregame, and I know we're beating it over the head with a hammer at this point, but it's truly is the big conversation of the week. And my question to you, Austin, since we haven't heard your perspective on it yet, is if Joe Burrow is your quarterback today, are we looking at this same outcome in a New England Patriots victory?
I don't think we are. It's hard to know, right? Because Joe's been out how many weeks now? You don't know if there's going to be some rust coming off that. And, how's the toe? There's comments, I think, maybe yesterday or the day before that he's kind of sore after the couple of days of practice. So who knows, right? But you would like to think, I guess is the way to phrase it, that, the pick six probably doesn't happen. You wouldn't think. I'm sure he would maybe miss some guys here and there, Flacco had to miss to Gesicki, that type of thing. So I don't know. I think the potential for more big plays is probably there with Joe in the game, Burrow, that is. And with the kind of mediocre average game that Flacco had, you'd like to think that you could have probably got that, if not more, from Burrow. But it's just hard to tell. Like, we don't know. I mean, he gets hit once and maybe it's aggravated again, and it's not as great as we thought. So it's hindsight's 2020 with that stuff. But with the game that Flacco had, not being a barn burner by any means, and obviously the really bad pick six, you would like to think that Burrow would kind of be at least a little bit better than that. But I don't know where you're at on. I mean, I think most Bengals fans coming off a loss would probably say we should have definitely played Burrow, which is like the easy maybe answer. But I think there's some nuance to it. But are you in agreement too, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I'm well on the record at this point with my opinion on the whole thing, and I don't need to beat the drum over and over again still. But I do think that having watched the game and, watching Joe Flacco struggle to find open receivers and that pick six that you mentioned, it's hard to imagine where Joe Burrow doesn't give you a better chance to win this one. But it is what it is at this point. The Bengals fall to 3-8 on the season, now a full 3 games behind first place, which is the Baltimore Ravens officially. Now they've won 5 straight after a win again today. Steelers also sitting at 6-5. But this AFC North is well within reach. I mean, it's a winnable division, if we're being honest, especially when you got 2 games against the Ravens coming up. So you could have been sitting there at 4-7, which sounds bad, but you're only 2 games back against the first place team. And that's what's hard to swallow is you have opportunities within this division to be competitive. The Steelers lost to the Bears today, 31-28. The Ravens, as I mentioned, were winners over the Jets, 23-10. So you could be sitting 2 games back still with Joe Burrow coming back in 2 games against the first place Ravens, but instead we're stuck here 3 games back, and hard to imagine them getting out of this rut, but I guess we will wait and see how they attack it moving forward. The other piece of this is obviously Jamar Chase was suspended for his actions last week. Would have been nice to have him in this game. Certainly struggled, it seemed, to find someone to step up. Even T. Higgins unable to really get going in this one. Mentioned it earlier, 5 catches, but not a whole lot of yards. His catches were mainly just kind of over the middle and short routes. So didn't really get going. I assume that they were doubling them, and we'll double check the video once we get a chance to see exactly how they were going up against T. Higgins, but definitely didn't get going. So the big story here is the defense, right? So defense steps up. Barrett Carter, 16 tackles on the day. Geno Stone, 13 tackles on the day, including a pass defended and that pick 6. This defense was huge today. Let's just be honest with it. I mean, they gave the Bengals their first touchdown of the day with that Geno Stone pick 6. They had the huge goal line stands. Felt like a defense that you could certainly win with, to say the least.
Yeah, kept them in it. I mean, they'd certainly had some plays, like the Henry touchdown where he's wide open. It's kind of classic Bengals defense coverage or lack thereof. But yeah, I mean, kept them in it. Yeah, like it's I think, like I said earlier, I mean, we expected this to be, Drake Maye MVP performance, 300 plus yards, multiple touchdowns, probably. If you're like me and you had him on your fantasy lineup, you probably thought that was a lock, but it really wasn't, man. They kind of held the Patriots to not necessarily an average performance, but not, a barn burner, like I said earlier too. So I think, from a rushing and even a passing performance, just the way they defended that, I think you got to be pretty happy with, especially what we've seen out of the Bengals defense, like this type of performance. Absolutely. I'd take it. I mean, it's not without fault, but it's not, statistically the worst defense that we've seen all year too. So I'll take it.
Officially 392 yards for the Patriots, but the Bengals only able to muster 307 offensively themselves. Bengals 3 for 13 on third down, while the Patriots were only 5 of 13 as well. So, look, I think the Bengals defense did their job. But, it's still a matter of trying to win ball games, and it's hard to do when your offense is not clicking and you're missing your number 1 playmaker. And it's tough to do. It's tough to do for sure. But they have to bounce back, and they've got a big stretch coming up, Austin. They've got the Ravens on the road, and then they go to Buffalo before getting the Ravens at home. Obviously Burrow coming back is huge for this, but can they salvage this season? And if they can, how do they go about doing it?
I don't know if they can. I'd like to think that they can, but I mean, I think we'll probably see more of a regression to the defense that we've seen all year rather than this type of performance every week. You don't know. I mean, the thing that's kind of crazy about the Thanksgiving game is you're basically 4 days away from that. So you got to figure if T has any type of concussion, I mean, he's definitely out for that, which kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I don't know. And the weird thing about the whole Burrow thing is that is like a 4-day stretch. Is he really going to feel that much better than he did today on, Thursday? So we'll see. But I just, it would be a lot for me to think that they would be able to, I think they'd have to, they can only lose like one of those games essentially, or would they have to go like 5-1, I think, in that final stretch or something like that. So that's like, I don't know. It's just, it seems like a lot. Like I just would love to think that they can, but just with the way that they played all year, like I can't put enough confidence in this defense to show up for that big of a stretch the whole time. Like I just can't. I don't know. I can't get behind it. But I'm eager to see where you're at too on it.
Well, I think they needed some momentum, and they needed to get things going, and I don't think that they really did that, unfortunately. Seeing now, let me pull it up. I just want to make sure that I'm reporting this accurately. Bengals tweeted out that T. Higgins did in fact have a concussion. That's confirmed. So I didn't see that had been officially announced earlier. So that makes it tougher. As you mentioned, he's not going to be able to get back for next week, most likely. So they'll have to figure out what they do there. Meanwhile, Zach Taylor at the podium. So we'll keep an eye out for quotes from him as he goes through his press conference here and what he can shed some light on as we move forward in this post-game show and kind of give some live reaction to that. We'll start with this quote from Zach. "We don't appreciate losing. It's an awful feeling. It's sick, but our guys keep showing up. We can't question the fight for 1 second, and at some point that is going to pay off."
Run out of points where that could pay off, but classic Zach speak to honestly is to me.
Yeah. I mean, it is exactly that. At some point that's going to pay off. Well, at some point might be too late for your job, Zach. And again, we talked about this before the game as well, but like it's just not enough. Like it's just not enough. And again, Zach Taylor continues to be the culture guy, coach that he is, and I'll give him credit. He's steadfast in his messaging, and that is for sure. But I mean, it's infuriating to go and watch week after week and listen to him week after week just try to basically spit out the same exact thing time after time after time. It's exhausting. And I'm going to ask you this question that Jay asked in the chat. Is our season over?
I mean, it's one of those, if there's a chance at all, you're saying there's a chance, but I think mathematically no, but just the way that I feel about it, yes. I mean, it's like we just said with Zach, like you're running out of points to kind of build that turnaround essentially, and you're putting a lot of pressure to do something that this team hasn't been able to do all year. So it'd be hard for me to just say, all right, yep, like once Burrow's back, all of our problems are fixed. Because like even when the offense was humming, like we've seen our defense not be able to keep them in the game. So it's just hard for me to like you're betting on both sides of the ball to get like marginally better in a very short stretch, like that with little margin for error too. So it's like I can't get behind. I mean, so there's a chance, but I have zero, maybe 1% confidence in it actually happening, I guess.
Yeah. You have to win out, right? I mean, that's the first thing. There's zero chance of winning the division if you don't win out. So that's the biggest thing, right? You drop a game and you're done. Like there's zero question about it. Like you drop a game and you're done, which to be fair, you're done anyway. Like let's just be honest about where we are. I know you said it, but like we're done. But you got to win out. And if you can go 6-0 over the course of the last 6 weeks of the season, then that's great. But I just so highly doubt that can happen. And it's really frustrating. And I apologize, obviously.
You really want to pull out, but
yeah. I mean, look, I've been live for 4 hours now, so I apologize if the energy's not there and the mind's not there. It gets a little brain rot there towards the end of the show. But like, I for everything Zach Taylor has done, like and he deserves credit for getting us to the Super Bowl. But I mean,
but it's almost bought him too much time, though. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, we can appreciate the Super Bowl run and what that stood for, and it's hard to say take that out, right? Because you can't really take that out. But otherwise, I think you wouldn't. You'd be hard pressed to find people that are satisfied with him as a coach. But
yeah, he was asked about Joe Burrow starting today versus Thursday. Would not commit to Joe Burrow being the starting quarterback on Thursday. Said he felt like Joe put himself in a great position to play today, but made the decision that it wasn't best for him to do that. And we'll see what happens this week. So So let's go down that road now, Austin. We've had this conversation on Chatterbox plenty, but let's go down that road now. Should Joe Burrow play on Thursday, knowing that your season is essentially over?
I say yes, only because I'm banking on him not getting hurt for one. But also, I think if you're Joe, you got to figure that dude wants to play a lot. And I know that we've had that conversation with the Reds and Elliott and everything else. Like, somebody's got to say no to these guys at some point. But I also think for just this franchise, if Burrow's ready to go, I think you almost have to play him. Just put your best team out there if you're not mathematically out. Like, it would send a not that the Bengals have ever been good at messaging, but like if you were still mathematically in it and didn't give everything that you can to try to win it, then like it just fortifies what everybody already thinks about the Bengals for the most part. But I think, if you're able to go full strength and medically, like, Joe's ready to go, I think you got to play him. It sucks that it's probably going to be all for nothing, and it sucks that you could very easily risk another injury or re-aggravating the injury or whatever. But I don't know. I think with at least where I'm at with Burrow now, like even in the next year, like even if full healthy off season, like you almost have to assume that like there's a chance that he can get injured at any time. So you're never really going to be escaping that. So you can't. I don't think you can make that judgment just based on that fear, because to me it's always slightly there. So yeah, man, let it rip. Put him in. I mean, do you want people to get excited about the Bengals? Like that's eventually if they just keep running Flacco out there, and I think the kind of luster of that is almost worn off.
Yeah,
I don't know. For those reasons, I'm in, as they say.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it is on Joe Flacco and how much of it is on Zach Taylor. That's the tough part. Joe hasn't played ball in over 2 months. He's typically a slow starter, so I wouldn't put much stock in him batting 1,000 over the next few weeks. That from JQ on a super chat. Appreciate JQ. It's a valid concern. Joe Burrow has historically started seasons slow. Again, I don't know how much of that is Joe Burrow and how much of that is Zach Taylor or somebody else, but it's definitely something to think about. And the question is going to be asked every single week of, should he be playing? Should he even be in there with the injury? And he's not going to let himself sit. I just don't think he will. And but I say that, and he let Zach Taylor bench him this week, so I don't really know what to think. It's really tough to do, especially when the reports are that Joe wanted to play and that he was ready to play, and that Zach decided definitely not. So a quick update from T. Higgins' mom on X said that was so frightening. T seems to be all right at the moment. So appreciate that update from T. Higgins' mom that that T seems to be doing okay. But again, the concussion protocol I don't think is possible to clear in just 5 days. So expecting to be without T. Higgins on Thursday against the Ravens is a tough blow for sure. We mentioned earlier T. Higgins. I saw Kyle Hamilton go down with an injury. I haven't seen an update on him. Let me see if I can find out if he came back into the game or what the update is on him. I don't see it. So he walked into the locker room, but I don't have an update on what happened. So, all right, Austin, what else do we need to talk about today? What happened that I'm forgetting about that is important?
I think the biggest takeaway, at least I feel like we've harped on the offense a lot, but those goal line stands that the defense definitely deserve some talk. I mean, they got kind of helped out by the offensive pass interference, but hey, that's football. It's going to happen too. So I think, I don't know. It's just
it was pass interference, but
yeah.
I'm
basically saying you can't disqualify the performance because of that. You know what I mean? Like it obviously helped him out, but I think that's to your point, it's the right call. So I don't know. I think that if they can build off of that, like that's to your earlier question of like, is the season over? Like if the defense can find a way to improve week by week, like that's a different conversation for sure. But those are the kind of moments that you need to have if you're going to be that clutch team for 5 weeks in a row, or whatever they have to be now. But yeah, I mean, that stood out to me. I think, I don't know. I felt like it was a weird game, but going back to the offense of kind of the utilization of the guys that they were throwing to. I thought we'd see a lot more of Tinsley. We kind of did towards the end of the game, obviously, but I obviously looked at him as kind of being a big option T when he was in the game, obviously too. But it just seemed kind of like a weird game passing wise, like similar to what New England was doing. It's like we were targeting the tight ends a decent amount, which is fine, but I don't know. And then it all goes back to game plan, Zach Taylor, but I don't know.
Yeah,
the third down hook and ladder, things like that. But yeah.
Yeah, that third down hook and ladder. We can talk about that in a second. Okay. Let's go back to those goal line stands. Bengals start the third quarter with the ball. They go 3 and out. They gain 6 yards and punt it away. Patriots, in their drive, they end up getting a 37-yard pass to Demario Douglas, and then Demario Douglas on an end around for 14 yards before Drake Maye pass. Dax Hill called for pass interference. That took the ball all the way down to the 5-yard line. It was first and goal at the 5. Drake Maye threw incomplete, and then Drake Maye a screen pass to Trevion Henderson where the Bengals stopped him at the 1-yard line. They tried to throw again, and it was incomplete, but they went for it on 4th down and got a call on Dax Hill, pass interference call that, again, Dax Hill grabbed the back of Boutte's jersey, gave him a first down there at the half-yard line. 0-yard run before Drake Maye's touchdown pass was called back for pass interference, which you just mentioned. Drake Maye then passed back to Hunter Henry, who picked up 10 down to the 1-yard line again. Stevenson for no gain. Bengals stood up and got the turnover on downs. Bengals then force a punt, and then on the Patriots' very next drive, they get down deep into two drives later, they get down deep into Bengals territory yet again. They get first and goal at the 4. Drake Maye incomplete. 3-yard run by Henderson down to the 1. And then Drake Maye up the middle for no gain, stopped on the tush push. They settle for a 19-yard field goal. 12 plays at the goal line, goal-to-go situations where this defense stood up and kept the Patriots out of the end zone. And that really kept them in this game, because at that point it could have been, it could have been 27-13, if I'm remembering correctly, if not worse, based on those two stands. So Bengals defense really stood up and got the stops that they needed when they needed them, and kept the Bengals in this game and gave them a chance to win it there on that final possession. But you mentioned that 3rd and 23 hook and lateral. I've already given my opinion on this a lot, but I haven't done it for the podcast. So I'm going to let you go first, and then I'm going to give my opinion so the podcast listeners can hear it as well.
Yeah, I knowing Zach Taylor teams, I appreciate the creativity, because it's a break from the norm, certainly, of what we usually see of kind of what I'd consider a lot of low percentage plays, throws out on the sidelines. You're banking on basically a guy coming down with a ball in single, double coverage, whatever. But in that situation, it's almost too essentially slow of a play to develop to me, to when they're already basically playing for, prevent the long play. So like, I think it would work better if the defense wasn't basically fine with you doing whatever you want for the first, 10 yards. You could throw it back and forth 3 times, and then, they'd still probably be back there waiting. So from that aspect, I think it was kind of silly, but I don't know, man. Like, obviously, if it had worked, we'd be like, holy crap, what, finally a great call. But so I don't know. It's just a weird play in that scenario. And especially whenever you have plays like that involves any type of kind of tricky lateral, like, you're always risking a turnover to me too, which is scary. But I don't know. I think overall, I think I'm glad to see the creativity, but it's just a weird spot for it, I think.
Well, I'll say I was quick in my disdain for it in the live stream. So to my credit, I didn't wait for it to fail. I knew it was going to fail from the beginning. So I'll take credit for that. But I agree with you. It's 3rd and 23. It's not like it's 3rd and 5 or something like that. So the Patriots defense is sitting back. They're allowing T. Higgins to make that catch underneath anyway. And so it's not like they're, jumping the pass to try and keep you from picking up a first down right there at the 5-yard line. They're sitting back. And so it makes no sense to me to try and do a hook and lateral at that point. It's just not a play that's ever going to pick up 23 yards. They did pick up a good chunk, but the reason they picked up a good chunk is because the defense was playing in prevent defense. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. We've got another quote from Zach Taylor. Austin, are you ready?
Probably.
Reporter asked, at 3-8, what are y'all building momentum for? Zach Taylor said, to just find a win.
I mean, it's funny and also very true. Like, what are we trying to win at this point?
Just trying to find a win.
I don't know. Yeah, we're still looking, but hey, we're trying to find it somewhere. Hopefully it's in a primetime Thanksgiving game against a division rival with a quarterback that hasn't played in months. But hey, maybe we'll find one. Just run into it.
Yeah. Bengals now losers of their last 4, 8 of the last 9. What's more surprising, the fact that they were able to beat the Steelers 33-31, or the fact that they've lost 8 of the last 9? I think the fact that they even beat the Steelers is kind of surprising myself. But
remember how much fun that was? It seems like forever ago.
It was last year, right? It had to be last year. There's no way that was this season. Had to be. All right, Austin, any final thoughts on this one?
No, I think we've covered it, man. But just another frustrating Bengals Sunday. And it'll be an interesting week, I'm sure. I mean, the talk for the next few days leading into Thanksgiving is going to be Joe Burrow. So I'm ready for that, the circus that it brings along with it. But for a team that needs a spark, he will certainly provide that both on and off the field. So yeah. I'm ready for that part of it.
All right. Well, be sure to subscribe to Chatterbox Sports on YouTube for updates and storylines throughout the week as we work towards that Ravens Thursday night Thanksgiving game. I will be live with your play-by-play and live reaction yet again for that one. Reed Mouse will join me, though, for pregame and halftime, so that'll be fun. Make sure you join us on that. And then Stone Shields joining for the post-game show. Stone will be doing the Stone Shields show during the week as well, so make sure you check that out on each morning, Monday through Friday as well. So lots of other content throughout Chatterbox world, the Chatterbox Bearcats, FC Cincinnati, Flying Lion podcast, and much more. So appreciate you all tuning in. For Austin Layton, until next time, I'm Craig Sandlin. Maybe we'll get a win. Who dat?